What's going on, guys? Watching some Bkfc. Main card just started. We got Phil Caracappa versus some guy. I don't know the other guy. I know Caracappa a little bit. I actually cornered against Caracappa one time back in the day. Both of these guys are exhausted. Caracappa taunting Norman is his name a little bit. 2 rounds in. I wasn't really paying attention to those first 2 rounds. Trying to get my stream and everything situated. But yes, I cornered against Caracappa one time in his one no contest. The fight he won, but the fight wound up getting overturned because he pissed hot for juice. And then I know he was on the Contender Series. Didn't win. I wonder how much notice both of these guys had because they're both pretty exhausted right now. This definitely looks like a tough man fight. Both guys are just swinging, ducking their head and swinging wild haymakers. A lot of wrestling, pushing each other against the cage in this fight. I'm watching the fights on DAZN, Christy. Why? Are you looking for somewhere to watch them? Both guys are exhausted right here. We got, what is this, Norman versus Caracappa. Round 3. I could send you or let you know about some possibilities of alternative streams, if that's what you're looking for. I don't know if Taylor's gonna win. Beck's a pretty tough fight for her. I missed what just happened. Someone had Norman headbutted Caracappa, so they deducted a point. Norman's dead tired right now. Oh, now Caracappa's trying to put it on him because he sees how exhausted he is. Pushing each other up against the cage. I created a rumor before that Conor McGregor was missing, but then he showed up right before the fight. I mean, where could you watch it? Where do you normally watch streams? Let me know where you would normally watch it. I'll let you know if that's an option. Oh, man, now this dude just punched after the break. That's either going to be a DQ or another point deduction. Another point deduction. So this hood rat dude, Norman, headbutted Caracappa and now punched him. The referee was in between them, breaking them up, and he punched Caracappa with a left hook. Now he just shot a takedown, end of round 3. I don't think Stream needs to shut down. Interviewing that fucking clown Bryce Hall. No, I'm pretty sure Stream East is up. Keeps turning off every minute and pausing. What keeps turning off every minute? I mean, there's meth streams, there's Stream East, which I always know was good. So there's a thing if you type try Sports Surge, and that'll give you all available streams. So they say. You didn't hear from me though. VIP box is a good one. No hard feelings. I do not believe it is free. I know that they're streaming it on. I believe they're streaming it on. Caracapper landed a big left hook. I believe they're streaming it on the Bkfc network as well. Oh man, now the referee just disqualified him. Norman just punched Caracappa again in the middle of a break. I know. I think they're streaming it on the Bkfc app. I was watching it on DAZN. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, I saw people in the chat saying that before, that a lot of the streams weren't working, but I think they're all up and running now. Oh man, now Caracappa's going after the guy. And they're trying to break up the fight. What? What the hell is that? They just booted me off my TikTok and said that I'm committing violent behaviors and criminal activities. What kind of shit is that? But Caracappa just won by DQ. And it's funny, he just got into a little out after the fight altercation. When I cornered against Caracappa, there was an after fight altercation as well with some of his followers and people in the audience. People from Jersey are crazy. Jersey Shore. I'm sure you guys know how it is. You guys seen Jersey Shore episodes where they fight in the clubs and shit. But yeah, Caracappa landed a nice left hook, little uppercut. Then when they clinched up against the ring, referee's trying to break him up. Norman punched him in the face. And a DQ victory for Caracappa. I mean, he didn't do himself any justice going after the guy after the fight. And now I think... And now they're still talking shit to each other as they're announcing the win. The after the fight antics were better than the fight. But yeah, I got banned from going live until February 1st. February 1st for violent behaviors, which I did none of. That's Bush League. That is some Bush League shit. But first fight of Bkfc KnuckleMania. It looked like tough man. Both guys just ducking their head, swinging wild over the top. But then afterward, there was a DQ, a little scuffle. You guys in the chat, what do you guys think of Bryce Hall? I know he was supposed to fight Kimbo Slice Jr. tonight. There he is, Jay Slice. What's going on, brother? It's crazy that was the last Bellator fight. How many UFC fights have I been to? A lot. I don't know the number. Sure, if I sat and thought about it, I could probably put a pen to paper. I can come up with it. But I've been to a lot of fights. Usman, I thought, I feel like what you're getting with all of them is a lot of footage now to study, and people can make adjustments and start changing the way the fights go against them. Like you saw, the greatest example I can give is, I'll even say Poirier. Poirier did pretty good. But then the other great example I'll give is Volkanovski. You know, there's minor adjustments you could make in the grappling, and a great example of that is actually one of the best history examples is Chuck Liddell versus Randy Couture. Well, the first fight, Randy dominated, and then the second fight, Chuck knocked him out, and it was only because Chuck had to make these minor adjustments just to not get into grappling exchanges. Like, you know, I love Khabib, but Khabib retired at the right time. Like, Khabib would have lost eventually, I think. Someone would have caught him. I think we're going to see it with Islam. Someone's going to catch him. Even though I do think Islam has pretty good striking. But I thought it was an entertaining fight. Usman Nurmagomedov versus, what was it, Paul Hughes? Paul Hughes surprised me that he was... and you see, perfect example is actually a switch. Like, I remember Poirier hit it against Islam. He went for it against, what's his name? Khabib, but Khabib avoided it, but he went for like a shitty, half-hearted switch against Khabib. There are some things you can do with takedown defense that really change how a grappler is going to be able to take you down. What's going on, Pittsburgh? I don't think they've ever been to Pittsburgh. I don't even know if they've been to Philly. I think they've done fight nights in Philly. It's not known too much in Pittsburgh. I hate fun. Well, I mean, you should have went to the Bare Knuckle tonight. I know they're not in Pittsburgh, but they're in Philly. Yeah. I mean, he's in the top 5 at lightweight. He's definitely not in the top 5 of all weight classes. But I think he got out at the right time. Like the grappling heavy style, there's minor adjustments you can make that you could wind up, you know, catching him, zigging when he should have zagged. I'm rooting for Eddie Alvarez. I like Jeremy Stevens, but something you see with Eddie Alvarez is he's not a big lightweight. Like you saw, Conor was bigger than him. RDA was bigger than him. I saw when him and Stevens faced off, Stevens looked a lot bigger than him. I think Alvarez probably could have fought at 45. He's not the biggest lightweight. And I think he's definitely a better fighter than Stevens, but Stevens is a dog. That's going to be a tough one. I'm definitely rooting for Eddie Alvarez. I've always loved Eddie Alvarez since the Bodog days. You know, he was always an all-heart fighter, grit, puts on wars. Can't remember him ever being in a boring fight. Yeah. I don't think Volk or Khabib are up there. I mean, Volk's pretty good, though. Volk could possibly be creeping in toward the end. I mean, you can't say Volk and Khabib aren't up there, but Fedor is. The sport kind of left Fedor behind. There was a time when Fedor was top 3. Actually, no, never mind. I take that back. Because Fedor did like the same thing like Liddell did, or, you know, you can even say Michael Jordan, like when he went to the Wizards. Like, if you hang around too long, you're going to taint your legacy a little bit. Like, I think that's what Fedor did. There was a point when Fedor could have walked away and been the GOAT. But we see that a lot. I'll use Henry Cejudo as a good example. Like Cejudo, if Cejudo would have just stayed retired, he would have went down as one of the all-time greats. But he came back, got carried across the cage by Merab, lost to Aljamain. He tarnished his legacy. His legacy would have been, you know, double champ and one of the best of all time. But then he came back. We saw it even, and I know people don't put too much stock, but in boxing, Sugar Ray Leonard did that, where he was, you know, one of the best, came back and fucked up his credentials. I don't know about that. John Jones is tough to pick against. Fedor's hole was wrestling. You know, if Mark Coleman had jiu-jitsu, Mark Coleman could have beat him, but Mark Coleman couldn't stop the jiu-jitsu. And there were a few times when I saw Fedor in trouble. Randleman, but Randleman had no jiu-jitsu. You know, John Jones is a very complete fighter also. I think Fedor definitely had some holes. Fedor was good for what you call it, for the ring. Like a Fedor, when you saw when Fedor came and competed in the cage, he had issues. Credential wise, sure. He's definitely going to be up there for bantamweights, but I don't know about that. He doesn't finish fights, and he's got some losses. He's not going to go undefeated for the rest of his career. He's going to lose eventually. Father Time. He's getting up there, too. How old is Rob now? Fighting's a fucking a fickle beast. It's a motherfucker. People always catch that L the longer they stick around. Yeah, Marab's 34, so his days are coming to an end soon. You've seen that statistic, or if you've ever seen me stream or heard me talk about it, you don't win fights over 35. You don't win title fights over 35. It's very rare, unless you're in the higher weight divisions. And 135 is a division based off speed. So the moment Marab slows down, even that slightest little bit, he might find himself in some trouble. Man, though, I made it 6 minutes streaming on TikTok today before I got fucking banned. Bastards got me. What about the Boss Root and Kevin Randleman fight? Ooh. Someone just got dropped. What is that? Pinnell versus Thompson. Pinnell just got dropped. What about the Boss Root and Randleman fight? Who do I think won? I think Boss Rutan won by doing more work off the bottom. I think you could win a fight off the bottom if the guy on top of you is not doing anything. I would almost use, a small example, but remember GSP versus Bisping. There was a round that could have been GSP's, but it wound up being kind of a coin flip round because Bisping on the bottom was landing good elbows and he bloodied GSP up while GSP was trying to hold him down and catch his breath. I think you could definitely, I've seen many times where people win fights off the bottom or at least steal rounds. But I think even Root and Randleman, that was like a whole different time period for combat sports. I mean, at the time, I'd have to rewatch the fight again. But at the time, yeah, I remember Boss Rutan winning and thinking, yeah, he did more damage. You can't just take someone down and lay on top of him. If you're laying on top of someone and not landing anything, but he's on his back landing something, you're not winning that round. That's what's tough with even the UFC rules. They favor the grappler so heavy. Where if you get a takedown, you win the round. That's not true. But I might go back and watch that fight. I haven't watched that fight in like probably 10 years. But if I remember correctly, it was Randleman taking Rutan down and Rutan beating him up off his back. Am I mistaken in that? Did Randleman do work on top? I don't remember. I remember Randleman gassing. This guy's cool. Cyrus Fees. I met him at a few of the Khabib shows in Miami. And he was a cool dude. I mean, I remember the fight was so long ago, but what I remember of it was Randleman getting the takedowns, but just gas it out and not doing much. And I'm always skeptical of the way they score fights sometimes, where if it's a close round and you get a takedown, sure, you steal the round. But if you get a takedown and do nothing, I don't even know what to think of the GFL. How old are you, Jay Slice? My thoughts on the GFL. I mean, the jury's still out on it, I guess. Do they have a date for when they're going to start this season? I mean, my thoughts on that are kind of the same as the PFL. The teams thing doesn't really work. Or we've seen it done with the IFL, with the PFL. The UFC has the business model. Bkfc, ooh, that dude just got knocked out. Thompson just knocked out Pinnell, knocked him out on his feet, and then he face planted. The GFL, the PFL, all these organizations that are coming around, Bellator even, the blueprint is out there. The only reason why Bellator failed is because they didn't do it consistently enough to where they caught on. And then they wound up coming into money problems. Like the PFL, they had the money and they blew it with stupid shit, the tournament and all that. I get the idea of the tournament, it seems cool, but UFC showed the business model. You just got to keep putting on fights. You're going to put yourself in a hole financially, and eventually, hopefully, it catches on. You have a good fight, and it catches on. That's the business model. I think that the GFL, the PFL, they're all trying to reinvent the wheel. But I'm interested. I think there needs to be competition. Like Jay Slice was talking about Fedor, I think the height of combat sports, at least for me as a viewer, was when there was Pride, UFC, and then all these other events would kind of pop off every now and then, but then all of them would run into the same problem. They'd sink money into it, and it just wouldn't catch on. They'd lose their TV deal, all types of bullshit. But Elite XC put on some great fights. Strike Force, for its time, was putting on great fights. Affliction was great fights, but a lot of them wound up just being like the way Dana White always says, going out of business sales. Like they just put up so much money and didn't, man, I can't believe they got me like that. The business model is just keep putting up money until it catches on. I thought that was crazy, yeah, that people thought Umar beat Merab. He won one round, maybe two. Even Merab could have won that fight more dominantly if he wasn't clowning on him. Like if he would have took him down, got on top of him, and tried to fuck him up or win some scrambles instead of just taking him down, letting him up, pointing at him. If he could have defended Umar's takedowns instead of like showboating to the crowd and shit. But I do think, back to the GFL, I want to see it succeed. I really do. We need more combat sports, I think. Like even today I wanted to stream it, but I went to the gym and I got home late. I got to watch the last fight, but it was the last Bellator fight ever today. And that was Usman Nurmagomedov defending his belt against Paul Hughes. That was the last time that a Bellator title will be defended, which is so fucking stupid. Like, what did the PFL buy Bellator for? Like, Bellator, I don't know what they bought it for, but Bellator must have been in serious financial trouble. But that's like I was saying, they ran out of money. They lost their TV deal. It's the same with remember, in like, I'll use pro wrestling as an example. Like, remember WCW was worth X, whatever it was worth. But then when they lost their TV deal, they weren't worth shit. They were just worth the contracts that they owned. One of my favorite things is, and it's, I like Merab a lot, but it was Sean O'Malley saying how Merab is so stupid. He's like, the guy didn't know what ice was. He did not know what ice was. He jumped into ice because he didn't know what ice was. And he said it with a straight face. What do you mean by how many cards left? How many fights left on this BKFC fight? Or how many cards left for Bellator, because it's 0. And even PFL, like I was talking about it last week when I streamed, PFL, they downgraded to 500,000 for the tournament wins instead of $1 million. So that takes away some of their clout. On top of what did they just buy Bellator for? How much did they spend on Bellator? They bought it just for the fighters. And then you see now, Aaron Pico's on his way out. He's not going to PFL. All the Bellator champions were complaining about how they couldn't get fights. Patricio Pitbull just supposedly signed with the GFL. It's crazy too. Because I saw they announced Weidman. Weidman just announced his retirement like 2 weeks ago, supposedly to get out of his UFC deal, and now he's going to go fight in this new league, which is a little crazy. I don't know how the UFC would feel about that. And then I know, like, what's today's date? Recently, Holly Holm asked for her release, and she was granted her release. Now she's signed with the GFL. I'm not sure how many fights are left tonight. Definitely a handful. Yeah, BJ Penn's a man. I think I told that story last time I streamed. I remember I had people come over who were casual UFC fans who had never seen BJ Penn fight before the night he fought GSP. And BJ Penn's walkout had them all like, holy shit, like this guy's amazing. Who is this fucking guy? And I was like, this is the guy. Like, this is BJ Penn. But I also thought his cardio failed him. That night, that BJ should have beat GSP, but his cardio failed him. Or GSP's cardio just prevailed, however you want to put it. But remember the first round? Well, he walked out looking like a madman, all crazy, fucking amping himself up. Then he got in there, was all screaming, amping himself up. And then he won the first round, but then he gassed out a little bit. Got fucked up the end of that fight. Always tough when you see people you're rooting for. Like BJ Penn at one point, I could say was my hero in fighting. If there was a guy I used to try to emulate when I was a kid and trained, yeah, BJ was the man. Definitely one of the GOATs, BJ Penn. Even like you got to take out whatever happened with his career towards the end, because he's the same thing. Like I was saying, he hung around too long. He tarnished his legacy a little bit. But there was a point where if BJ would have retired, like after he beat Matt Hughes or after he was on that little run at lightweight, he could have went down as one of the greats. But he tarnished his shit. Man, really rough day. Rough day for a lot of my sports betting. A lot of people sold today. Heavy Hawaiian hands, and at that point, world-class jiu-jitsu. He fucked GSP up that first round. That was the first time we'd ever seen GSP really fucked up looking. But then we saw in that fight GSP's heart, GSP's durability, toughness. You can't take much away from GSP. GSP was really fucking good. He was a beast. I became a bigger fan of him later on, but I kind of used to always root against GSP because he would always fight guys that I wanted to win. I wanted BJ, like UFC 94, I wanted BJ to win. I wanted BJ to be the first double champ, or would he have been? Yeah, he would have been the first double champ. He wouldn't have been the first two-way champ. That was Randy. But he would have been the first double champ at that point. And I was rooting for him to do it, but that was Oilgate or Greasegate. When GSP was absolutely greased up. Yeah, I've always heard, since before he even started, I heard things about Aaron Pico. So Aaron Pico was a really good boxer. He used to, if I'm not mistaken, he used to be brought in as a sparring partner for Canelo back in the day because he used to train at the Wild Card gym. And then Aaron Pico had legit wrestling. And Aaron Pico is that new age of, he's still young, I'm pretty sure, Aaron Pico. He's 28. He's that new age of fighter that he's been training MMA since he was a kid. And then, yeah, really good wrestling. I forget who he faced in wrestling. But I remember, like, he lost to, if you look him up, his freestyle wrestling record is 40-14 at the world level. He's beaten Let's see. There's names on his wrestling resume. Reese Humphrey, Frank Molinaro. He's beaten some really good guys. Jason Ness. Like, he was almost an Olympic level wrestler. And that was with no collegiate wrestling. I'm pretty sure he went right from high school to freestyle wrestling. No college, got right into fighting and combat sports. But yeah, he's a beast, Aaron Pico. He could definitely come to the UFC and make some waves. And yeah, poor TJ Dillashaw. He tarnished his record. He could have went down. He was on pace to be one of the best bantamweights of all time, but he fucked his whole shit up. Fucked his shoulders up, fucked up his legacy. Now he's one of those guys who goes down as like the steroid era in baseball, and he kind of can't be a Hall of Famer because he pissed hot. And then pissing hot, so like John Jones pissed hot, and then it got like proven that it was only a picogram, and Dillashaw pissed hot and was like, yep, I've been juicing. The rumors are true. I've been doing it for a while. Well, I think he actually said he didn't do it for a while. He said, but the rumors were that he had been doing it for a while from everyone at Alpha Male. So him admitting that he was on juiced at one point kind of made it like the rumors are true. It's tough to dispute that you weren't on gear the whole time. But yeah, I've always liked Dillashaw. I remember I was there when he lost to Cejudo. It was so crazy that Cejudo had that power. That Cejudo's power came up with him to 135. But like I said, Cejudo could have walked away, and Cejudo could have had his face on Mount Rushmore. Like, remember even before Cejudo came back out of retirement, people were everyone was going to him for coaching. There's videos of him showing Khabib stuff. There's videos of John Jones training with him. John Jones used to go out there and let Cejudo like be his coach. On top of other numerous people. Who else? I know a bunch of like really good people were all clamoring for Cejudo and trying to work with Cejudo. If he would have never came back, he wouldn't have tarnished his legacy. And now they got him fighting fucking Song Yadong. Like, what does that fight do for him? And he's up there in age. I think he's, what is Cejudo? 36, 37? So I don't know if he even wins that fight. He should win that fight. Prime Cejudo fucking destroys Song Yadong. 87, what is that? 37. So he's up there now. Yeah, Cejudo's been doing it since he was a kid. And I know Cejudo comes from money. So he was always like the best wrestling coaches, the best fucking everything. I know his family has like horses and shit. I interviewed him one time, and he was cool when we interviewed him, but we had like weird mixed up signals in between that. Like, so he didn't want anyone to have his phone number or text him, but Ali gave me his phone number. So I had his phone number. So the person setting up the interview, like the PR person for Ali's team, was supposed to do everything, but they were slacking. So I messaged Aaron Pico directly, got him on the interview. And then after the interview, he messaged the person who was supposed to set up the interview and was like, how could you give them my number and blah, blah, blah. And then when I heard this, I messaged him again and was like, yo, Ali gave me your number. Like, we're like the boys, you know what I mean? Like, he gave me your number to fucking set up the interview. Like, what? I don't see what the problem is. And he never responded. So the interview, he was super cool, but all of the dealings after the fact, he seemed kind of pretentious. But still a fan. He was cool when we interviewed him. Like I said, the guy, he's a big horse guy. He's all about riding his horses, and I do know he came from money, so him growing up was the best boxing coaches he can get, the best wrestling coaches he can get, the best everything. And he started at such a young age, so he's really good, Pico. And then I know he had, I don't know if it was problems, but he always had a thing, like he moved around a lot. I think, I think he was with Alpha Male at one point, or not Alpha Male, Alliance, like training with Dominic Cruz and those guys out there. I think he was at Ruka at one point. I know he was at Jackson Winklejohn for a minute. I think he was with Dillashaw and that whole team for a minute. I know he's bounced around, Aaron Pico. And when guys are bouncing around, it's always like, what wasn't working? Ooh, big knockout in BKFC. Brandon Meyer just knocked out Montana. Still like these unknown fights. Again, these fights, I'm here for the big ones. I'm here for the MMA combat sports chat for now. And then I'll kind of do some play-by-play and talk about the better fights when they come on. As much as I'm not a Bryce Hall fan, I was looking forward to seeing Bryce Hall versus Kimbo. Hopefully Kimbo would have fucked him up. And then just for social media, I do want to see Bryce Hall fight that kid Taylor Holder. I've met the kid Taylor Holder before. He was actually a nice kid. Seemed more realistic about fighting and stuff like that. He was like, I'm not fighting fucking fighters. Like Bryce Hall is a little delusional. He's at Jackson Wink now, Pico. I know he like found a home at Jackson Wink. Like that's his team now. But yeah, vicious knockout right there in BKFC. BKFC's good, but it's a little tough manish. It's a little four no. I was gonna say 4 ounce glove. It's a little no glove, tough man type shit. Until you get to the better fights, and even then, it's a little bit of that still. But man, I got no beef with Jeremy Stevens, but I am rooting for Eddie Alvarez. I'm really rooting for Eddie Alvarez tonight. And then I think they're both clowns. And I don't know if he would whoop on him. There's a reason he doesn't want to fight him. And it's not so much just like they sparred and shit. I think there's the possibility of him losing to Holder, and that's why he doesn't want to fight him. Because if he loses, he wants to lose to a fighter, like a real fighter. So that way he can say, I'm not a fighter. I shouldn't have even been in here, Like, I think that's why Bryce Hall is out of the influencer boxing space. Because he lost to the other fucking guy. I don't know the other guy's name right now, but he lost to the other influencer guy at that one and got fucked up and became like a meme and became like the jerk off of fucking boxing. Bryce Hall could go fucking make fucking bags of money to go fight Jake Paul. He's a little bit smaller, but Jake Paul would take that fight. And why doesn't he do that? Like there's a reason why he's not trying to fight other influencers. He's trying to fight fighters. But him and Taylor Holder have legit beef. Like, even Steven, they should fucking fight. Like, they're both fucking clown influencers. And yeah, Holder, when I talk to Holder, he's more realistic about fighting. What's his name is a fucking goofball about fighting. Like Bryce Hall was like, I can fight Sean Strickland. Sean Strickland would fucking kill him. Yeah, the Guru raid was funny. I was like falling asleep when it first started, but then luckily I caught myself and was able to talk to some people. Yeah, I Guru grew on me. So my little cousin used to send me MMA Guru clips, and I would be like, who the fuck is this guy? And then the more I watched him, he grew on me. It's the same as Conor McGregor-ish, if you will, or Volkanovski, or Bisping. When someone has an accent and you're from America, you kind of, okay, I fuck with this guy. Especially when they're a little obnoxious and they're a little edgy. You're like, you know what? I fucking like this guy. He calls it like it is. Versus if they were like a pretentious foreigner, you'd be like, fuck this guy, fuck his country. But when they're comedic, you like them a little bit more. But yeah, I need more of those guru raids. He's also like a inspiration, if you will, because I know how I gotta respect his hustle, where his whole thing is consistency. That guy is inevitable. Like the guy, not just guru, but anyone who just goes. Like I try to get on that tip, but I always wind up falling off. Shit happens, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, his fans are out there. He's got loyal fans, though, so props to him for getting such a loyal fan base. Menace and the Man, when we used to podcast regularly, we had a nice little fan base growing, but once you fall off, you kind of lose a lot. You lose everybody when you fall off. You know, the number one thing to content creation is consistency. If you're not consistent, what are you doing? And again, I've been in that space numerous times where anytime, so you're newish to the channel, if I'm not mistaken, we've had these moments where we've always kind of peaked up and then we're not consistent after they happen, so we fall right off. We've had these interviews that spike up, and if you're not, when people are going to that and you don't fucking, yeah, I go ghost all the time. It sucks. But if you like if you have these spikes in your channel, so I had like a Joanna Joan Jacek interview. If at that point when that interview popped, if people were coming to our channel and saw that we were active and on our shit, we would have got more followers. I had an interaction one time with Dana White where people were just swarming our channel, but we weren't active, so we weren't posting new shit really, you know. So people don't fucking jump on those channels. If at those moments we were consistent, but and then that's the thing. The one reason I even still do this or started getting back into it is I know I can recreate those moments because I've created so many of them. We've just never capitalized on them, ever. Any moments we've ever had, we never capitalized on. Like I'll watch the thing in my phone and see all these people coming to the channel and how our views are up, our searches are up, everything, and we never capitalize on it, which is unfortunate, but I know if I've created these moments once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, I can create these moments again. Like even now, I want to get back into interviewing people. I just slack on it. Like I know that's like the cheat code, if you will. There's the guru way, which now guru's gotten into interviewing people. There's the guru way where you're just consistent and then it'll build. Or you cheat a little bit and you can interview people and cut the line a little bit. So this fight was supposed to be on the prelims. I'm actually interested in this one. It's Joey, how do you pronounce that? Joey Dowquajo, who's a heavyweight boxer, who's now getting into bare knuckle boxing. I'm always eager to see how boxers get into bare knuckle boxing because they're used to always having their hands wrapped, the fucking gloves on. Yeah, not laziness, just busy. And then I fall off. What it is for me is it's a lot. I'm a perfectionist. So the editing and all that, I always see things on like TikTok and shit that say, just fuck it, just keep putting shit up. Who cares what it looks like? That's always tough for me. Like sometimes I'll make the stupidest fucking thumbnails for YouTube and I'll fall into this hole where I can't stop editing it and adjusting the tiniest little things, and audio really drives me crazy. That's actually what drives me the craziest. Because then I know from my own experience, if I'm listening to something and the audio starts fucking up, I kind of don't want to listen to it no more. So when I would have audio issues with shit that I was doing, it would drive me fucking mental. But yeah, laziness, falling off, it could fall into all those categories, which is unfortunate, but when I grind, I grind. Like I was grinding for a minute at one point. We did this consistently for like 2-3 years. And then family stuff is why I fell off. It wasn't laziness. It was family stuff. I wound up moving to Florida during COVID with the intentions of blowing the channel up, going to Sanford, Killcliff, American Top Team, all these gyms, getting interviews with people. And then I had a drug addict family member that I wound up having to take care of his kids. While instead of going and getting help, he wound up being a fucking retard and not getting any help. So it wound up me having to fucking help take care of his kids, which was terrible. Absolutely terrible. So all my plans kind of that I went down there for got thwarted and like pushed to the back burner. I remember, so even when this was all going on, I went to Killcliff. I did some shit. I I had like when the Joanna interview happened and when I was going to the Khabib events and stuff, that was me just trying to keep our channel relevant and trying to do some shit. But that whole time, like my life was in turmoil because I was taking care of 3 little kids. I was fucking bouncing all over Florida. Real stressful time. And then all the while, my jerk off cousin, whose kids I was watching, was still doing drugs and being a fucking retard. Like, so you know Jared Gordon? Jared Gordon's the man. The one who fought Patty Pimblett. He works with some rehabs down there. You know, me and Jared had a very good friend, Sergio Da Silva, who actually passed away, you know, committed suicide with depression. But that was always like our link. So when I had this situation with my cousin, I called up Jared. And Jared helped get him into a rehab and all this shit and wound up just fucking jerking off and not actually going to rehab. So it wound up prolonging the whole situation of me dealing with his kids. So yeah, just bullshit. And that totally fucking thwarted all of our forward momentum that we had from doing the Khabib events. And we had gotten to like 100 episodes of podcasting or so while we were doing really good. And no, not the family member that identifies as a cat. According to Trump, it's done. There's no more cats. There's men and there's women. So we're not playing the cat game no more. So here we go. Joey Dowick Joe versus another big heavyweight. He actually looks small. He's fighting Banks. I don't know who Banks is. But that's funny that you remember that. I was rambling. See, like even that conversation, if I was having that conversation when the raid came from fucking MMA Guru, channel would have blew up. Those people came right after. He raided my channel right after that conversation. Where I was talking about my tranny family and cats and... Oh, Joey Dowick Joe's putting it on this dude. But yeah, times after that definitely have been laziness. Like now I can kind of say laziness and bullshit. JF Land, what is oink oink? Oh, nice left hook by Joey Dowick. Oh, another left hook. This big dude can't get out of the way of the left hooks. He's having trouble getting out of the way of the left hooks. What's up, JF Land? Thank you, I appreciate it. We were just talking about Guru. The legend of the MMA Guru. I have some decent takes sometimes. But then I was just talking to Jay Slice right before the Guru raid would have been epic because I was talking about how I have a cousin who's trans and their boyfriend, it's a trans girl who's now a man. Their boyfriend's a girl but identifies as a cat. So, and we were joking about that. I got some crazy family. You know, I'm one of those to each their own at the same time. But when you're a fucking idiot, you're a fucking idiot. So. But yeah, JF Land, we love the Guru here. No. They voted for probably Kamala. I saw one funny thing where Kamala was in the grocery store recently and she was like, grocery prices are so high. Like, what are these grocery prices? Like, what the fuck are these grocery prices? Like, bitch, you did this shit. You stupid bitch. And then, so JF Land, what we were talking about is how Guru is like a Bisping or even a Connor, where because they have that accent, they wind up being like extra comedic or more endearing, where you're like, I fuck with this guy. He's genuine. He's got that accent. Like Volkanovski. When Volkanovski starts talking, you're like, I fucking like this guy. Something about this guy. I like him. Where are you from, JF Land? Oh, she looked real good in the interview and in that actual moment. I was thinking about it. But then she was poof. She was doing something with some other fighters. Yes, impressions are always good. Oh, you're a Canadian? Are you in Canada or are you Canadian and in the States? Yeah, he don't give a fuck, MMA Guru. That's what made me become a fan of his. And then not like consistent, but I like paid attention to him from the outskirts. And then one of the best things he ever did was that Nina Drama video, because I'm not a fan of that girl. She started out like, oh, I might be a fan of this girl, and then the whole thing kind of went to her head. And then I kind of know how that machine works. So what happens there is obviously Dana liked her, but then people in the UFC PR team liked her, and they just gave her access, and it totally went to her head. Like she made, I remember the cringiest video about MMA Guru, like trying to talk like she was like a Batman villain. Oh man, I don't think she was planted. I think she was, so she's similar to like so a lot of those people I have like a, I guess, a negative opinion on. I look at them a certain way. Like they started somewhere else. Like she was doing other shit and then kind of saw that the MMA space is a little bit more open. Like you could rise to the top of the MMA space quicker. Same thing with the Schmo. Like the Schmo was doing like football fucking things and like stupid fucking sports things. And then I think kind of saw, oh, I can get into this MMA thing. This MMA thing seems like I'm not going to get to the NFL, but I can get into this fucking MMA thing. Yeah, they definitely pushed her. Also, though, tits. Tits go a long way in anything. Like, go look at, like, TikTok, for instance. Like me or any guy. I have to be on point. MMA Guru, perfect example. He has to be on point, super consistent, funny, personable, putting out all this content, consistent every day in your face. So that way you're finally like, oh, I'm going to subscribe. I like this guy. A girl just has to look cute, have tits and ass, and do a little dance. And then it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to follow her because I like her tits bouncing in my fucking face. And then I remember even in the that video she made to the MMA Guru was so fucking cringy. And then the fact that the MMA Guru went back at her and made the response video was fucking, ah, like just, yeah, she's cringy. I mean, respect the hustle. I like that she comes prepared with her notebook, but then I think it all went to her head. And then you know what happens too sometimes is that irritates me with just women in general. I used to experience a lot with ex-girlfriends in the past and women. I've always seen it. Me and him are friends. Like, we're friends. Like, me and her are friends. Me and this guy are friends. It's like, you know them. You're an acquaintance. Like, you know of them. Like, I see all the time, she says, like, she's friends with so many people. It's like, we have a different interpretation of the word friends. Like, these are people you know. These are people that maybe know you. You know of them. Like, you're not friends with them. Like, friends, like, I consider a friend like a totally different fucking space. Like, people will be like, oh yeah, I know a guy from over there. I'm friends with somebody who works over there. It's like, you're not friends with this person. Like, you interviewed him. You're not friends with him. Like, I've interviewed fucking hundreds of people. I wouldn't call them friends. Some of them maybe that I actually know outside of You know, like that I've interviewed them and then hung out with them outside. And then even then, they're acquaintances. Like, they're not friends. Friends are like people you fucking known for years. It's just a weird, maybe it's just me, but it's definitely something I've always noticed with a lot of people, especially women. They're friends with everybody. Like, oh yeah, we're friends. We're friends. Like, you're not fucking friends with this person, bitch. What are you talking about? And yes, they were black. Other fighters, yes, black. Other fighters, yes. I always think of you know, I don't, not me particularly, but I always think of, if you've ever seen Shane Gillis when he talks about how his girl was dating a Marine, and then he's like, I always thought a black guy would be the worst thing, but it's actually a Marine. But yeah, I would have. You ever see the thing with Armon when they asked Armon how many sticks he would have thrown at Kayla Harrison, and it was like quite a few sticks. I would have threw some sticks at Kayla Harrison, especially that night. That night, especially. Like, I see her do other interviews, and I'm like, ugh, same girl. That night, though, when she was all dolled up, she had on some nice boots, a little skirt. Yeah, she looked good. And then again, I've hung out with her in a circle of people outside of that. I wouldn't be like, me and Kayla Harrison are friends. But I was out one night in Fort Lauderdale, and she was out with, like, her, Paige Van Zant, Austin Vanderford, a couple of people. And I was, like, talking to Austin Vanderford a little bit, you know, because I'd interviewed him and, like, broed out with him and shit, seen him in passing. And then I was there with my friends who were, like, the strength coaches for a lot of fighters in South Florida. And, you know, she was looking good that night, too. But I was also drinking. So, you know how that goes. Yes, she was all dolled up. Joanna that night, too, looked fucking amazing. Like, you see, like, Joanna's one of those ones where her with her hair up, tied back, and she's in, like, fight mode, and she's making stupid faces. You're like, ugh. But when she has her hair down and a little bit of makeup and she's done up, she's fucking gorgeous. How do you know that she likes them big? What does that mean? Who said she likes them big? But yeah, she definitely would have got some sticks thrown at her that night. You know, and then toward the end when we were doing Menace and the Man, I had another interview scheduled with her, and it got postponed because my old buddy Menace had to do some bullshit, and then just never circled back to it. But when I do start doing interviews again, any day now, I would definitely like to circle back to Kayla and have some laughs with her. Cause yeah, sweet girl. Definitely you know, a lot of the time you'll encounter fighters. I'll use what's his name? Kevin Holland as an example. You'll meet some pretentious fighters where you're like, fuck this guy. This guy kind of sucks. Kayla Harrison was cool. And then you've seen, like, even I saw she did an interview where she responded to that situation with Armon, and she laughed about it. And she was like, we're in the same gym. It's funny. It's whatever. You know, if you can't laugh at yourself or have a sense of humor, like, you take yourself too serious, I think you're a fucking idiot. But some sticks, yes. That was one of the funniest things. That's also where, what's his face? Arman is different from all the other Russians because he's not Muslim, so he kind of jokes a little bit more. I believe he's Christian and has a little bit more of an open sense of humor. But yeah, you've seen that video. A fan at a UFC Q&A asked him, "How many sticks would you?" They asked him in Russian, how many sticks he would throw at Kayla, and he looked over at Kayla and was like, "Quite a few sticks." And apparently, I don't know if that's anyone Russian that comes in can answer, but apparently that's something they say in Russia. Throwing sticks at bitches. Oh man, they got me good here. My shit is not reloading. Let's see. I'm trying to Bkfc. So now my fucking internet's lagging. I got booted off of TikTok. Probably minutes away. And even that, it's so fucked up. Like I see other people's streams, what other people talk about, and nothing happens to them. I barely flirt the fucking line of shit. And I'm constantly getting censored, monitored, all types of shit. Like even you said laziness. No, at one point I kind of steered away from streaming and shit because I used to get censored all the time. I used to constantly get banned on Instagram, on YouTube, on Facebook. That's why I even stopped doing anything on Instagram or Facebook, is because I was constantly getting banned, flagged, having my content censored. And then it's like, what happened to freedom of speech? Like, what the fuck happened to freedom of speech? Like, if you don't like what I'm saying, leave my fucking channel. But you go into this world that we live in now where people report shit, people fucking just everything. You're always dealing with some type of bullshit. Constantly censored. Oh man, especially so the height of me being consistent, me on my MMA guru tip, if you will, was before COVID. And then when COVID started, that's what totally just took all the wind out of my sails or my motivation, because I was constantly censored. I used to have podcast episodes taken down. I would have days where I wasn't allowed to upload, like for fucking weeks at a time, because of shit I was saying about COVID. Like at one point, like now they let shit stay up. But at one point, I got a message. Now hopefully this live stream doesn't get taken down or anything. But at one point, someone asked me, a guest asked me if I was going to get vaccinated. And I said, I'm not retarded, so I'm not going to let them experiment on me. I'm not going to get fucking vaccinated. That clip got sent to me from YouTube. And they were gonna they threatened to take down my channel. They threatened fucking to take down all my episodes, like fucking everything. They were like, you gotta take down or edit this fucking episode. YouTube. And I was like, wow. Like, I've been censored by fucking Facebook, been censored by Instagram, and now I got YouTube coming at me. You really gotta just go with Twitter. But even then, at one point, Twitter was fucking censoring people. Like, freedom of speech is gone. Plus, it might just be I have one of those faces, my tone of voice, the fact that I'm from New York, and some people are just really against New Yorkers. I get reported a lot. I don't argue actually with fans, just shit I say, and then I get reported. And still on TikTok all the time. Like right now, for instance, I don't know what the fuck I said in my chat, but someone reported me today. It's a common occurrence, unfortunately, that happens. They got me fucked up. So now we got Patrick Sullivan. Now we're getting into some better fights. Not that this is a great fight, but Patrick Sullivan versus Kane Tomlinson. This fight was very animated at the weigh-ins. The real question, too, is see, like if I would have said this on TikTok, I would get taken down, but I can kind of say it on YouTube. We'll have to censor it, but it's like, how many grams of cocaine do you think Conor McGregor's on tonight? Like the over-under for that one. Probably an 8 ball deep. Like, did you see at the start of this BKFC when Conor walked down the ramp and hopped in the ring? He looked so fucking geeted up. And I know Philly's a party town, so I'm sure he had no problem, if he didn't fly it in on his own jet, had no problem getting some burger sugar. But yeah, this fight, these two are very animated at the weigh-in, so hopefully this one winds up being a real scrap. Never done burger sugar in my life, but if I was gonna do it, might do it with Conor McGregor. I might be like, bust out them lines, Conor. And even, bro, did you see the one video of him at the inauguration when he was talking with the Pauls? And they're the one Paul brothers like it's 8 in the morning, and Conor McGregor was so fucking heated. And then did you hear? I don't know if you listen. I don't listen to his show, but I'll watch an occasional episode with Theo Vaughn. I saw a clip of Theo Vaughn talking about what it was like to meet Conor McGregor, and he was like, "This dude's energy, man. Like this guy had energy." And it's like, come on, Theo, you know what cocaine is. 8 in the morning, guy was bouncing off the fucking walls. Probably didn't sleep the night before, or I don't know, man. I'm at the point now where I don't think we ever see. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think we ever see Conor McGregor fight again. Like, it was obviously all speculation. Like, oh yeah, he's has a drug problem or he's doing too much blow. But then once the transcripts of his grape case started coming out, and you saw like, oh no, he's a cokehead. Openly after the Khabib fight, as far back as what was that 2018, he's been blowing rails. Hasn't Doesn't seem like he's slowed down. Has only gotten richer. Who tells a person that rich you have a drug problem? You need to go to rehab. Nobody. People who go to rehab are when they hit fucking rock bottom and they got no money. This dude just keeps stepping in shit. Like, look at him right now. He is geeted out of his fucking face. Have you ever seen that video when he was promoting Roadhouse and he's sitting next to Jake Gyllenhaal and he's making Jake Gyllenhaal uncomfortable? His jaw's going. He's like fucking all twitchy and shit. I'm from Long Island. If Miami is the coke capital of the world, maybe Vegas second, like Long Island's not that far behind. It's probably in the top 10 of where people recreationally use cocaine. I've never done it in my life. I've been around a lot of cocaine. Yeah, his drug problem will be when he's not able to. Yeah, and I don't think that's coming. What did he sell Proper 12 for? He sold his stake in Proper 12, I think a couple of 100 million, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I know at one point, he was close to, if you did the numbers on all his shit, the Proper 12 deal, how much he made in the Floyd fight, how much he probably made in his MMA career, he was getting closer to $1 billion than closer to like half a billion. Like, he was up there. Hundreds of millions of dollars he was generating or had generated. As far as what he's generated for the UFC, I always think of that clip when they said, Conor, like, what do you think you're worth or something like that? And he was like, $4.2 billion, which is what the UFC fucking sold for. But yeah, I'm getting to that point now. I don't think we see Conor again. So much so that I think he just did an interview with the Schmo, if I'm not mistaken. Came up in my feed, and he said, the next time you guys see me fight, it's probably going to be no promotion, no nothing, and me just walk down to the BKFC ring and do a fucking fight. I like the transparency that you get from Conor, though. He said, I was trying to do the Logan Paul fight. There was a lot of money on the table, and he said the UFC wasn't into it. And you know the UFC is not going to be into that. That's a lose-lose for the UFC. Like when the UFC let him fight Floyd Mayweather, the UFC made a bag of money. They didn't not get paid for that. They made a chunk of fucking money. They probably made, anywhere from 20 to $100 million themselves for putting on and helping put on that fight and loaning Conor out to Floyd Mayweather. You know, like Floyd was the promoter in that fight. 100% Floyd gave them a bag so that way they'd let that fight happen. I think they could have probably got a piece of whatever it was, the $250 million or whatever the fight was going to be with Logan Paul, but I think that their stock of Conor McGregor would have went down so much if he loses. And then I think right now, oh shit, huge knockout in Bkfc. First round knockout. That Tomlinson Jr. just knocked out Sullivan. Big overhand right. Knocked him out like a lawn chair. He folded up like a lawn chair. Even back to Bryce Hall, now that I just saw the cut man. When Bryce Hall fought in bare knuckle, I was like, oh, great, he's going to fight in bare knuckle. Then when I saw the guy he fought, I'm like, oh, he's fighting a guy who has some fights in bare knuckle. This is great. Then when I saw the guy was 130 pounds, 130 pounder. The guy he fought doesn't even cut to 130 pounds. He's actually like a 115 pounder, a fucking 120 pounder. And he fought a 170 pound guy on steroids in Bryce Hall. That's when I was like, ugh. And then the way that Bryce Hall propped himself up after that fight, it's like, bro, you fucking should have won. You're 30 pounds bigger than the guy. Like, what are you talking about? You're fucking huge compared to him. But yeah, that's why I was looking forward to seeing him fight Kimbo Slice Jr., but then no word on even what happened to Kimbo Slice Jr. He just disappeared, and they didn't get any word of why he pulled out or anything, which is crazy. But yeah, if I'm Bryce Hall and I think I'm such a great fucking fighter and I'm in this space, I would be like, Jake Paul, you're fucking next, bro. And I'd fight Jake Paul. Get a bag of money. Or fight the Kid Taylor Holder. The Kid Taylor Holder has a big enough following. That fight would probably be, because I think even like when he fought the other kid, the Ace Family guy, was a big influencer fight. I think if he fought Taylor Holder now, that fight would be like if not the second, third, maybe even the biggest influencer fight ever. Both of those guys have such huge followings. They're like two of the top 5, top 10 biggest TikTokers. But yeah, that was a crazy knockout. But I think a lot of people expected that. Even this dude, the dude who got the knockout, said that before the fight. He was like, this guy's a fucking clown. He's like, he was overhyping himself at the weigh-ins and the whole lead up to the fight. This dude's getting knocked out. And yeah, he got folded up like a lawn chair, Pat Sullivan. Good on you for getting in there, but he got fucked up. He has no idea where he is right now. He's asking questions like, what happened? Where am I? And now they just told him, you got knocked out. That's always a crazy moment. So he lost time. Like that knockout, he lost time. He lost some of his existence in that knockout. He's asking what happened. The fight didn't even start. Like, what are we doing? Like, I've heard numerous fighters talk about that. How a knockout, oh yeah, he got fucking laid out. Definitely a concussion. Right on the chin. Rattled his fucking jaw. Luckily, the ropes actually saved him from a hard fall. He was out. The rope saved him from a very, very bad fall. The bottom rope saved him. They're not even keeping him in there for the announcement. They're getting him the fuck out of there. Get him to the hospital or something. That dude got fucked up. But yeah, crazy knockout. That's definitely going to be on a highlight reel. But back to Conor McGregor. I would absolutely love to see Conor McGregor fight in BKFC. Like, so if he comes back to UFC, unless they give him, like they fucking wheel out a retired guy. Like, prime Conor or even a remotely focused Conor, I think he beats Chandler. This Conor, where he's not going to have a full camp and he's 1 foot in, 1 foot out, I don't know. I think anyone in the top 15 is going to be a tough fight for him. But if he's going to go start doing influencer fights, fight KSI, Jake Paul, like even Logan, I think that's why the UFC was probably balking on it, is because Logan's fucking big. A lot bigger than Conor. Where Conor should destroy Logan Paul. Yeah, that's what they could do. They could do the Nate Diaz fight. That's like the only even Steven type of fight that I think they could do. And then even there, I mean, Diaz is living a lot cleaner than Conor McGregor right now. For the last few years, living a lot cleaner than Conor McGregor right now. And even tonight, but definitely when I saw those videos of him with the Paul brothers, his face looks so fat. Like he's probably still on gear. I think that's a part of it too. Like if anyone remembers, if you connect the dots and go conspiracy theorist on it, UFC got rid of USADA because of Conor McGregor. They did not renew with USADA because USADA wouldn't grant Conor McGregor an exemption. Now they have, I forget the name of the company that's now doing the drug testing. I'm sure they're playing ball a little bit more. But yeah, I don't know if we ever see Conor. I think he's still on the gear. He's definitely doing drugs. Every video I see him in public, he's drinking. He's selling his stout, or he's drinking some whiskey or drinking something. And then even that, I know like Proper 12 like outed him and said they want nothing to do with him. He's still drinking fucking Proper 12. Every chance I see him, he's drinking the stout and he's drinking Proper 12. Dude is a functioning alcoholic. One of the worst, and I like Joe Pyfer, one of the worst things I saw was Joe Pyfer get up and he pulled some fucking neon shit. And he got up like where the media was supposed to ask questions and he just started cutting a promo on Jeremy Stevens. It's like, come on, bro. Jeremy Stevens has been in this game for fucking ever. 20-fight UFC veteran. He definitely deserves respect. He doesn't deserve to get fucking shit-talked by a 200-pound guy. Especially in a situation like that where it's like, I get it, you're backing up your boy and shit, but, like that time, I don't know if anyone's seen that time when Neon, that fucking clown, he got up and he asked Nate Diaz, like, what are you going to, he asked like a personable question first, like to hook him in, and then he said, what are you going to do after Jorge knocks you out? Like Neon is a fucking jerk off, but even, and most MMA media in general are fucking jerk offs. Like, you got to be held accountable for your words. So you got to be respectful. Like, you might, like, even, I'll use MMA Guru as an example. He might bump into John Jones one day. And right there, I hope Guru's that dude where he's going to be like, oh, here it is. I got to pay the toll right now. You got to stand by what you said. Like, in that situation, like, Neon talking shit to Nate Diaz, he's going to fucking run. He's not going to stand his ground if Nate Diaz steps to him. He's going to fucking run or call the cops. Like, there's not a fighter alive that I won't say something about, that if they heard and they tried to check me on it, I wouldn't be like, yeah, I said it. What do you want me to say? Yeah, like, I saw I saw the interview with Aspinall, where Aspinall kind of like not checked him, but said something, like he said something about Aspinall. And then I've seen a few fighters where they kind of said, like, I heard you said this. Who's the one? I know Buckley said, like, you called me something. You called me a goblin. And he was like, yeah, I called you a goblin. Right there, I respected MMA Guru so much more. That he didn't try to backtrack it. He didn't try to be like, you're wrong or anything. He was like, I did. I respect that. You got to stand by what you say, especially for fighting. Like, you could be a troll and go troll fighters anonymously in the comments, but this shit isn't fucking baseball. It's not basketball. It's not football. Fighting's way more personable or, like, emotional or, like, internal or however you can fucking word it. Like, you can't treat fighting the same as other sports. Like, maybe after a fighter, after a baseball player strikes out or something, they're like hit a low point and they're like, I want to fucking kill myself. Fighters, 9 out of 10 of them, when they lose a fight, they think about killing themselves. They think about fucking going in a room and not coming out. Like, it's a very depressing and dark sport. Like, it's not the same as fucking any other professional sport. So you gotta almost like just treat the fighters with respect, because it takes so much. Like, that walk to the ring or the cage or anything, and then when you actually get in there, that takes so much out of you. Like, takes something out of your soul to then get trolled by some fucking jerk off who would never do it, who doesn't understand it. Like, you ruined my parlay, and I've never, I've always been one of those where I know what it takes to go in there. So you got to just have so much more respect for any fighter that actually goes in there, and then also back up the shit you talk. If you talk shit, the guy checks you. Today's the day I'm getting knocked out. Today's the day I'm getting fucked up for some stupid shit I say. Where most, use Neon as the example, most jerk-offs on the internet they're literally going to run. They're going to call the cops. They're not going to take their ass whooping when it comes. They're going to fucking cower away from it. Like an MMA guru, I think the MMA guru would fucking be like, here it is, and kind of just chuck his chin up and fucking take his punch. Like me, I'm retarded. Vanderlei Silva, to the death. I'll fight anyone to the death. If I'm going to get fucked up, I'm going to get fucked up. What are we going to do here? Like, that's part of life. That's part of being an idiot and saying stupid shit. Sometimes you might get checked for it. And again, that's a reason I respect MMA Guru. Because of that time with Buckley. And I feel like I've seen more times with that, where he got checked a little bit and he owned up to it. But then you see there's so much MMA media that just dick tucks. I never said that. I didn't say that. It's like I actually love when Colby always checks people. And every time I've heard the person like backtalk it. Like, I didn't say that. That's not what I said. It's like, you fucking said it. I heard it. I read it. I saw it. I saw the exact fucking clip. I replayed it to make sure that was what you fucking said. If you're going to talk reckless, there's consequences for that shit. Oh, I'm starting to get more amped, though. Dan Miragliotta's cool, too. I like Dan Miragliotta. Dan Miragliotta's always been a nice guy the few times I've been around him. Cracks jokes and shit. Round 1. What fight is this now? We're getting... What is that? Garbarino versus Spencer. Die-hard fight fan. Watch everything. Never heard of either one of these guys. But we're getting away from the wild, tough man style of technique. Now these guys look a little bit more technical, so I'm into it. Even I'm always curious to see, like I said with Joey Dawakajo, whatever his name was, how boxers get into bare knuckle, because it's a totally different sport. Like, you see it with like an Eddie Alvarez and like a Chad Mendez. Like, you gotta punch differently, you gotta move differently, you gotta block differently. Everything's different about Bkfc. Like bare knuckle, a street fight, shit like that. Everything's different. You can't look at it or go about it the same way as a fight with gloves on. And your knuckles not wrapped. Like, I don't know if anyone in the chat, I don't know if you ever punched anybody and caught their cheek or caught their fucking head. Like, your hand hurts after. Like, the next day, you'll be feeling your fucking hand. And the cuts, too. That's the craziest part of Bkfc. Ooh, nice little two-piece. You gotta be durable is a big thing for Bkfc. And I'm trying to think of, like, the examples. Like, who did we see? Remember Paulie Malignaggi. Amazing boxer. But then remember, he always had hand problems even in boxing, too. Remember, he came in and fucking, another nice knockdown. That might be the end of that fight. Remember Malinagi's hands couldn't take the bare knuckle. I think he fought Artem the final like 2-3 rounds, just danced around, making sure he didn't get knocked out because he broke both of his hands. Oh, Dan Miragliotta just waved that one off. There was a point when Mike Perry was the greatest. I think, did he ever lose yet? I don't even think Mike Perry's lost yet. Has he lost yet? That's also crazy too. He really might be fired. The fact that Mike Perry's not fighting on this card tonight, and he has no date lined up. Like, Conor might have really fired him. Like, they might have meetings where it's like, all right, we're going to have Mike Perry in this card. And Conor's like, no, we're not. I fucking fired him. Like, he's not fighting in this promotion again. I fucking fired him. I know I saw reports of Mike Perry saying that wasn't true, but publicly, Conor fucking fired him. I know he fought Jake Paul and got fucked up. Has he fought since then? No, hasn't fought since then. But yeah, he's arguably one of the best bare knuckle fighters. I had a funny story too of my bare knuckle. One time I went to a show in Florida. Now this was before Lorenzo Hunt became Lorenzo Hunt. This is before, I think he maybe had one fight in BKFC. He eventually then became like arguably one of the best bare knuckle boxers. But he was walking around the event with a cape on, like a Superman cape that said like Lorenzo Hunt on it or some shit. You see him, when you see him on the broadcast, he's a fucking lunatic. But he was running around all crazy and he was trying to get people to donate money for a fundraiser. So I'm sitting there on the line trying to buy a beer with one of my boys. And all of a sudden, fucking boom, Lorenzo Hunt standing in front of us. Big fucking black dude. And he's like, you guys want to fucking donate money? And we're like, nah, we're good. And then I'm like, who are you? And he's like, I'm the greatest bare knuckle boxer that ever lived. And I remember looking at my boy and being like, yeah, but who are you? Like, where do you train? Like, I don't know who you are. You know, you're the greatest that ever lived. I don't. And he just like looked at me, looked at my boy and went, do we have a problem here? Like, do we have a problem here? And he started like walking into me. And I looked at my boy and was like, gave him the look like I might have to fucking fight this dude right now. And as he's like getting in my face and asking me if we have a problem here, I know fucking like 10 people that work for Bkfc. They all kind of like ran over. A couple people I knew that worked for Bkfc ran over and were like, whoa, no, cut this down. Like, close this shit down right now. Like, go, Lorenzo, go over here. Like, Stanley, you're good right here. And I remember being like, whoo, like that was a big fucking black dude I was about to have to fucking scrap with. Then I'm like, who the fuck was that guy? And they're like, that's just fucking wild fucking lunatic Lorenzo. He fucking fought in bare knuckle like once or twice. Has a couple of like, I think he was doing, it's called something else that he was fighting in, like backyard bare knuckle or some crazy shit. And then saw him fight on the next card and remember being like, fuck, I dodged a bullet that night. Like, me and him would have had to fight again to the death in the fucking hallway of the Hard Rock, but it probably wouldn't have went well for me. Would have had some hammers to throw his way, but he was a big fucking dude. And then saw him fight a few times and was like, man, this guy's actually pretty fucking good. He's built for bare knuckle. Then he beat my boy Hector Lombard, and I was like, damn, Lorenzo Hunt's fucking for real. Then that one fight, who did he knock out? The Marine guy, I think Mike Richmond. That fight where he was getting fucked up, got knocked out, got up, and then was about to get TKO'd, and then he landed that big fucking haymaker that knocked Mike Richmond out. Then, past that, he had fucking the heavyweight fight where he broke his arm, but he was almost the first 3-weight world champion, I think, in any combat sports. Oh, this dude's asking his girl to marry him. Come here. But yeah, I almost got into a fight one time at the Hard Rock with Lorenzo Hunt. Simply because I didn't know who he was. And he was insulted by me not knowing who he was. Where I kind of looked at him and like smiled in his face and was like, you're not the best, you're not the greatest bare knuckle boxer that ever lived. Like, who are you? Like, I know everyone in this sport. How are you the best ever? I've never heard of you. And I just asked him, who are you? I never heard of you. And he was ready to fight me over me not knowing who he was. Luckily, dodged that bullet. Because that would have been a rough one. That's like a 220-pound fucking black dude who could fight. Me and my boy would have had to jump him. And even then, there was a realm where he throws the right fucking haymaker real quick. Oh yeah, he was he was bare knuckle with a cape on. He had a fucking cape on. So I would have had to fight this dude who's the turned out to be one of the best bare knuckle guys, and he had a fucking cape on. He had a cape on, a fucking little bucket full of money from donations. What did I train? I trained a lot. I started boxing when I was 7 years old. I trained combat sports for like 25 years. I trained 5-6 days a week from 14 to 31. 13 to 31. I used to train with a lot of the PALs, some really good boxers, a lot of boxing gyms in Long Island, New York. I trained at American Top Team for a few years. I trained at Long Island MMA for a few years. I've cross-trained with a lot of really good people. I've been out to California and toured all the gyms out there. I've trained with sparred a lot of UFC fighters, a lot of boxers. You know, like I'm not the person you want to run into on the street. I'm not the person you want to, if you're even a fighter, I'm not the person you want to underestimate, you know? But not going to say I'm going to beat up fucking Lorenzo Hunt, but I wouldn't have just cowered away and been like, fuck me up. I would have stood my ground and tried to fire shit back if he didn't fucking just drop me with the first shot. But yeah, trained my whole life. I started boxing at the PALs when I was 7, when I was a little kid. Bunch of amateur fights. Always dealt with injuries and just bullshit, so never did anything pro. But I've been around the block. Helped a lot of people get ready for UFC fights, pro boxing fights, my whole life. So I know what I'm looking at when I watch fighting. Trained at really high-level gyms. Been around people that have been in the UFC since, you know, like the first UFC guy I was ever around was a guy by the name of Laverne Clark. If you look him up, you'll be like, oh shit, Laverne Clark. Fought Matt Hughes, fought Frank Trigg. Had a couple of wins in the UFC. Had a long MMA career, was a pro boxer. But I used to spar that dude when I was a kid. And he was a man. And he used to fuck me up. But I used to hang in there. I used to get my licks in. And then after that, trained with a lot of people. Endless list of combat sports names. Been in the gym or on the mat with a lot of people. And then I've always popped into places. You know, I used to pop into Sanford back in the day. I've popped into the Ruka Gym, Art of Jiu-Jitsu in California. I used to dojo storm. Like, I used to be good enough that I could walk into a gym and kind of be like, where's your best guys? That's who I want to go with. And there's never been a gym that I walked into where I got my shit pushed in. I always had some work for people. But that's also why I'm a proponent of, I think everyone should train. I always push for people to train. I always try to train people, pass knowledge on. I'm all about combat sports. I think same reason I think everyone in the world should have a gun. If everyone in the world knew how to fight, they would understand it more, and they'd understand the ramifications and the repercussions of it, where they'd be like, I don't want to get into a fucking fight with this guy for 15 minutes. You know, like most people, the hardest-headed people are the people who can't fight. That'll talk shit and fucking be internet trolls and bullshit. You know, people who, 99% of the time, people who actually can fight aren't into that type of shit. They understand reality. Same thing like if everyone had a gun, people would factor in, I'm going to die. I'm going to get into a gunfight with this fucking guy. I'm good right now. You're good. I'm good. You know, like the respect factor would go up. If everyone knew how to fight, more people would be humble. There'd be more respect in the world. If everyone carried a gun, more people would be humble. There'd be more respect in the world because of the repercussions. You'd almost have to act right because I'm not going to have to fight this fucking guy. There's always going to be crazy people that even there's people who know how to fight or carry a gun that are going to be crazy. But for the most part, people will be logical or understanding and be like, I don't want to kill this guy. I don't want to get into this right now. Man, Zachary Kalmus versus Pat Brady. So another one. Is Pat Brady related to Sean Brady? But another fight. I don't know either of these fucking guys. I remember looking at this card and being like, this card's pretty fucking stacked. Now I'm looking at this card and I'm like, this card fucking sucks. Very top heavy. Is hard to kill a screen name or hard to kill is an expression? But yeah, imagine a world where everyone knew jiu-jitsu, everyone knew how to box, everyone knew how to kickbox. On top of whatever country you're in, you'd be the badass country. So I think that could be where I got in trouble on TikTok is I recommended some possible streaming sites. So I'm watching the fights on DAZN, but there's endless streams that you can try. So even what I said on TikTok was name a site for me, and I'll tell you if it's working or not. And then I kind of rattled off a few names. So even I'll try it. But there's a thing called Sports Surge. If you type in Sports Surge, they'll give you a bunch of available streams. But again, DAZN's your best route, so you'll have an uninterrupted, no problems type of stream. Always support the people at DAZN. Always support the combat sports apps. Down with piracy. Down with piracy. Unless you're doing like real piracy. Like you're in a boat and you're taking people's shit and you're taking over their fucking boat. That shit I actually support and respect. But yeah, try that one out. And then are you familiar with the whole streaming of things? You know, you get a lot of pop-ups. You got to click through the pop-ups. You got to make sure no shit gets downloaded on your computer, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't want to recommend a site to you and then you get fucking viruses. But man, how great, and I don't know what happened to the guy, but meth streams was so fucking good. And then the guy, like, retired. But yeah, I saw people in my chat earlier were saying how none of them were working, but that is a myth. That is a lie. But yeah, what is that, Joel? No problem, Joel. Yeah, I don't think it would be that. I think if everyone had a gun, they'd understand. They'd value life more, and they'd understand repercussions for acting like an asshole. If you want to go on a killing spree and be a fucking asshole, all right, someone's going to fucking shoot you. Someone is going to shoot you. Same thing with fighting. Like, if you want to be a fucking madman, eventually you're going to run into someone who can fuck you up. Or you're going to get jumped. And honestly, if I'm being completely candid, you know that stupid expression when you're a kid? Fighting doesn't solve anything. Violence solves everything. Violence solves everything. There's not a situation that violence won't solve. To what degree will it solve it? And there's always going to be ramifications and repercussions for shit. Violence solves everything. But yeah, everyone would worry more about the repercussions if everyone knew how to fight and everyone knew how to shoot a gun. I mean, that's obviously probably bannable. Come on, YouTube. I'm just trying to share my views with the world. I'm trying to preach equality. But yeah, I think everyone, I always been saying it since I was a kid. I think the best thing, like if you have kids, the best thing you could do is to put your kid into jiu-jitsu, find a boxing gym, put them into a boxing gym, and then you tell them, don't beat up kids and bully kids, but if someone fucks with you, you gotta throw them a couple of combinations. No problem, brother. And then always stand up for yourself. And not to mention, jiu-jitsu is such a great sport. Boxing is such a great sport. You build camaraderie with people. You get a great workout. It's good for your heart. It's good for your soul. And again, don't condone violence. But violence can solve some problems. What do you mean you don't even wrestle? They have wrestling in Canada. They don't have wrestling teams in Canada. I'm trying to think of good wrestlers that came out of Canada, and my brain's drawing a blank. I remember GSP used to wrestle with the Canadian wrestling team. And that's even, I'll candidly speak, I've never done steroids or anything in my life, but I've been around it. I think that's what GSP was. GSP was a product of Olympic drug testing. GSP was, maybe he wasn't on the stuff that you're going to fail the drug test for, but he was on something that was given to him by the Olympic level drug testing of Canada. Because every country wants their team to win in the Olympics. So what you do is you get handed a list from VADA nice little knockdown right there. You get handed a list from the Olympic committees that say which drugs are illegal and which drugs are legal. You then find the list of all the illegal drugs and you find alternatives to those illegal drugs. And you find ones that won't make you piss hot. Oh, this fight's about to be over, these heavyweights. Brady's about to knock Calamus out. Ooh. Yeah, he's out on his feet. Referee's letting this go a little longer than he should. Calamus is just throwing back like this clubbing right hand that the referee's letting it stay up. Letting it stay going. Yeah, now he finally moves in. Calamus is upset with it, but he was about to get knocked out. That was a barroom brawl, tough man style fight. Just wild swinging. But yeah, I know Canada has some wrestling squads and wrestling teams now that I think about it, because I remember that was even GSP. GSP used to wrestle with the Canadian wrestling team. It's definitely there. And if we're going pro wrestling, Canada's like the fucking pro wrestling capital of the world. The Hart family. What are you doing? What are you doing? Shout out to Owen Hart. But yeah, even other than GSP, who were the good Canadian MMA fighters? What was that guy's name? Stout. I remember Stout was good. Man, Canada really hasn't produced that many, right? David Loaza. Yeah, he had no real wrestling. He didn't wrestle in high school, didn't wrestle in college. But I know when he got there, he started wrestling with. I remember there used to be stories about him wrestling with the Canadian Olympic wrestling team. Like that used to be a big part of his training camps. Was he would go find the best wrestlers in Canada and go train with them. And then his wrestling got good, and even what was GSP's best attribute was his mental game and his understanding of timing. Whether he was landing a jab, a kick, or anything, he was very good at timing. He would catch people with his takedowns because he would time their footwork. He would time their entries. Which once you start understanding that, like it takes years to understand timing. Once you start understanding timing, your level of fucking skill in fighting goes up exponentially. Like what we used to do and what I've always kind of had in my training my whole life is like it's called timing drills. And what they would basically be is like light sparring where you try to just touch each other, but like you're trying to just time each other. Oh, let me let the bitch out. I think we're about to get a good fight, if I'm not mistaken. It might be Beck Rollins up next. But yeah, timing is everything. But yeah, GSP arguably is the best wrestler that never wrestled. You could maybe even put Bisping on that list. Bisping had pretty good wrestling for someone who never actually wrestled. That too is right up there with jiu-jitsu and boxing. I would tell any parent anything. I try to tell my sister to put my nephews in wrestling. You know, like you see in the UFC. Now it's kind of leveled out a little more, and strikers have their day. They learn how to wrestle, but you see how much wrestling dominates in combat sports. Anything is the way. Obviously, you know, if you watch combat sports and you look at like UFC or Pride or anything at the highest level, you see, you know, kickboxing, Muay Thai, boxing, jiu-jitsu, wrestling are the necessities, and kind of everything else is, you know, for lack of a better way to put it, kind of bullshit, but any order works. I find a lot of the time, though, people who start grappling stuff first have a harder time with the striking than the other way around. Or it also depends on how young you start, how old you are. Because then I've also seen people that are straight strikers have trouble with the grappling. But it's also time, how much time you put in, how determined you are to get better at any one discipline. Like, again, we could use GSP as the example. Dude was determined to learn how to wrestle. How old is Eddie Alvarez? Because he's looking fucking old. I know Jeremy Stevens is 38. Eddie Alvarez is 41. 41 is old to still be dogging it out in a bare knuckle fight. And then it's crazy that they're hyping this up like Jeremy Stevens is some great shit talker or some angry dude. I don't know Jeremy Stevens like that. My interactions with him, he's a pretty nice guy. But definitely some striking and some jiu-jitsu. Or some wrestling and jiu-jitsu. Like, it all got to come together. Like, you see a lot of jiu-jitsu guys, they don't have takedowns. Like, I'll use Mackenzie, she's a girl, but I'll use Mackenzie Dern as the example. She luckily showed better wrestling in her last fight, but you look at all those other fights where she couldn't get the fight to the ground. She had no wrestling. Wrestling's a necessity. Takedown ability is a necessity if you're going to have jiu-jitsu, because you're not going to sit guard in a street fight. You're not going to fucking butt scoot in a street fight or even in a real fight. Like, look at Kron Gracie. Kron Gracie could have been a champion if he had takedowns. His striking was good enough where if he had wrestling to get the fight to the floor, his jiu-jitsu was so high level. He could have balanced it out, but he had no wrestling. Diaz brothers. If Nate had better wrestling, would have had a better career. So yeah, now we got Beck Rawlings versus Taylor Starling coming out. One funny thing I saw at the weigh-ins, I don't know if everyone caught it, but when they weighed in and Conor McGregor did the whole thing like in between them, once they start, like they both step forward, Conor McGregor starts looking at Taylor Starling's ass. I wonder if Connor fucked her. I know they had like a thing in the past. But I wonder if Connor smashed. I can't believe, though, I got banned from TikTok, and their reasoning was violent behaviors and criminal activities. So I've interviewed Beck Rawlings a few times as well. She's a sweet lady. She cracks jokes. She got jokes. She makes fun of people. She makes fun of you. She's good friends with a lot of the women in fighting. Like women's fighting, the same way UFC, MMA, it's a small community. A lot of the people are friendlier than people think. The women's communities more so. Like all these girls have like group text messages and shit where they're all tight. And then the ones that aren't, like obviously girls fucking hate each other sometimes. Some of them just don't get along. But for the most part, a lot of these girls are always very friendly with each other. Like I know a couple of girls that Beck Rawlings is very good friends with. That's what it said. Criminal activities. Right? Yeah. Violent behaviors and criminal activities. I've been live on this the whole time, too. What the fuck did I do? Bullshit. Remember how I was saying earlier how I'm constantly getting censored? It's that type of shit. I just got singled out for some bullshit. I committed no crimes. There was no violent behavior. I wasn't even saying cocaine. I'm changing the way I say it. Cocaine. So that way I'm not saying the other way. I didn't say the R word. I said grape. I'm trying to talk around the algorithms and the way that they fuck you over, but obviously it's not working. That's what I assume. But even then, I didn't tell them. Tell who to stop texting you? The girls? So how I found out that a lot of these girls have like group text messages is they used to, like, if a fan sends one of them a dick pic, they send it in their group chats. And they'll like single out the fan, or if a fighter happened to send a dick pic or something. Or if they bang a fighter, they kind of all tell each other. Man, I wonder what Taylor Starling would look like without all that fucking shit painted all over her. She went from like a girl who could look good to looking like a biker chick. I lean towards Beck Rawlings in this fight. I think Beck Rawlings is a dog. But I have seen Beck Rawlings lay eggs, like show up to a fight and just not perform. And then if you guys follow combat sports, women fighting is very hard to predict. Like you can never go off the odds. There's a lot of good underdogs that you could find in women's fighting just because the girl might show up and today she might not feel like fucking fighting. So yeah, perfect example how I was saying they're all friends. Like, did you know Kat Zingano was friends with Beck Rawlings? Because I didn't. She's in her corner. But yeah, a lot of these combat sports girls are friendly. I know that these two have... I know Beck Rawlings used to come to America and she would train at Alliance in San Diego. So I know Kat Zingano was training at Alliance for a minute, so that might be their connection. Like I know Beck Rawlings for probably still her best friend or one of her best friends is Jessica Penne. Like I've interviewed one or the other and the other one has crashed the interview numerous times. And then we used to interview both of them at the same time. Just for like shits and giggles. But yes, Beck Rawlings was always a ball breaker. In a good way, not a bad way. Just cracking jokes and always giving it back to us when we'd make fun of her or say stupid shit. So this girl's from South Carolina. I forget where Beck Rawlings is from. I think Australia? Is she from Australia, Beck Rawlings? Let's see. Australia. Tasmanian-born, Brisbane-based Australian. Damn that fight kit in a good way or a bad way? She looks bigger. Taylor Starling. Not even just that she's lankier and big, longer. She just looks bigger. Like, I wasn't paying attention. I don't know what weight this is being fought at, but both girls doing some swinging. Missing. Beck's got a nice tight guard. Kind of plodding forward. A little bit more movement from, what is it, Starling? Taylor Starling. Oh, Taylor Starling just landed a combo, and then Beck caught it with a right hand, and Beck Rawlings just dropped Taylor Starling with a straight right. Beck Rawlings got that dog in her. Taylor Starling's looking a little wide-eyed right now, like, oh, shit. Oh, now Beck Rawlings charging forward. Oh, another combo lands for Beck Rawlings. Beck Rawlings doing a good job of countering. Taylor Starling's kind of throwing wild. Ooh, Beck just landed another good right hand. And Beck's just staying tight and keeps sliding back and catching her. Ooh, another combo lands for Beck. Now, minute and 30 seconds in, Taylor Starling's kind of doing like the close her eyes and throw, where Beck's still just plodding forward with her tight guard. And Beck's doing a good job. So even a good advice for the few people in the chat. So I try to always avoid confrontations or anything, but where you always get people, especially the untrained fighter, is feints. So you see it at the highest level. Who we got here? Britton Hart. You know, you throw out a feint and you'll get an attack or an opening, and then you go in. Beck Rawlings is throwing a lot of good feints. Taylor's opening up. Beck's just sliding back, hitting her with a straight right. Britton Hart, too. You ever see that one clip where Connor's in the ring with this chick, and he, like, pulled on... Britton Hart was dancing all slutty, and he, like, pulled on Britton Hart's hair, and she, like, turned around and looked at him? I'd imagine Connor might have threw a stick or two at Britton Hart. So round one was definitely Beck Rawlings. So let me know that in the chat. Would you guys throw a stick? Who would you rather throw a stick at? Beck Rawlings, Taylor Starling, or Britton Hart? Who would you rather throw a stick at? Round two. Little bit of the same. Oh, big right hand landed for Beck Rawlings. Another right hand. Little left hook lands for Beck. So Beck's just got this piston straight right. Oh, I did not see that. John Wayne Parr got Tourette's from too many shots. Tourette's or Parkinson's? I know fighters get Parkinson's after a while. After too many headshots and they start getting older. But yeah, he's a legend, John Wayne Parr. How many fights has he had, too? You ever see that one crazy thing where his fucking face, all the stitches on his face? Like, I saw this one thing. Yeah, Britton Hart could definitely catch a stick. She used to be married to Joey Beltran, which I love Joey Beltran. Joey Beltran's cool. I've always had good interaction with Joey Beltran, but lets me know I have a chance. If you catch my drift there. Oh, that's terrible. Any type of mental problems from fighting is fucked up. Like we're still in a young stage with combat sports or box or you know, MMA, shit like that. Like combat sports and boxing has been around for a minute, and we've seen that it fucks people up. But we've seen it with a bunch of people. We're gonna start seeing it more and more, where fighters are when they hit 40, 45, 50, 60, they're gonna start being fucked up. I remember seeing Gary Goodridge was pretty fucked up, but I know he did other stuff. He did a lot of kickboxing, not just MMA. But we're gonna slowly start seeing that. You know, you look at Chuck Liddell. Chuck Liddell didn't sound like that 15 years ago. Even you could say Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz definitely sounds a little different. But yeah, I would throw Beck Rollins has a nice body. You know, I drink, I party, but Britton Hart could definitely catch a stick. Taylor Starling, even though she has all those terrible tattoos, could catch a stick. You know, she got. I whenever I see tattoos like that, like on her stomach or on her chest, I think of that as like a jizz dartboard. Same thing with on her back. It's like a jizz dartboard. So you just got to come up with the scores in your head and then play a game. So what are we at now? Round 3. Oh, another right hand. But yeah, I'm not. Sometimes tattoos look good on a girl, but then when she's got too many of them, you're like, ugh. The one tatted up chick that I think is very attractive is Jessica Rose Clark. Definitely a fan of hers, but she has a really pretty face. Definitely 2-0 right now, Beck Rawlings. But yeah, Jessica Rose Clark could definitely catch a stick or two. It looks like Taylor Starling's doing a little better this round, getting her footing under her. She's not biting the feints as much as she was. Right as I say that, she gets hit with her right hand, but she ate it well. Even for women to be doing bare knuckle is fucking nuts because how easily you cut. You know, they're going to scar up their faces and shit. These girls really get after it. But yeah, back to John Wayne Parr. I saw one thing he posted one time where he posted, it wasn't a real picture, but he posted like a thing of what his face would look like if he had all of his stitches on his face and his whole fucking head was stitches. Because of however many, hundreds, probably, I think, at least over 100 Muay Thai fights. Ooh, big right hand landed for Beck. Starling ate it, returned fire, but yeah, this is another round for Beck Rawlings. Another big right hand at the end of the round. These girls are scrapping. These girls are scrapping. What's up, JJ? Whoa, 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 whoa. Come here. What are you barking at me for like that? What are you pulling up? The John Wayne Parr Stitches picture? Or who to throw sticks at? Can you please stop barking at me, dog? Round 4. I got a 3-0. Come here, crazy. 3-0 Beck Rawlings. Very one-sided so far. Few little moments for Starling, but nothing Nothing to win her around. Ooh, another combination lands for Beck Rollins. Now Beck Rollins is really sitting on her punches. Another big right hand for Beck. Ooh, looked like she just punched her right in the tit. Nice little jab from Beck Rollins. Yeah, Beck doesn't really have anything on her face. Taylor Starling's got a nice mouse under her right eye. Might have a little cut. A little blood coming out of her nose. .40 seconds remaining in round 4. Rollins starting to do some body work. Taylor Starling's hanging in there, though. I thought she was going to be out of this fight quick the way it was going, but she's been hanging in there. She's game. Oh, another right hand for Beck. A couple good body shots. A little uppercut from Starling there. Oof. Yeah, Starling's taking a beating in this fight. Not going good for her. It is not going good for her. So then even if you're here from the Guru thing, a funny thing that I saw when the Guru did the raid, because I went back and watched, like, how did he send people here? He was like, this guy looks a little bit like Josh Thompson. Hopefully he's not as bad, though. Give him a chance. And I was like, damn. That's what my life has come to, being compared to Josh Thompson. OG Josh Thompson used to be the fucking man. Him on the show with Big John, not so much. I tried to watch that show and be into that show. Now I get mad at YouTube when it recommends that show to me, because that show's fucking trash. But they used to be. I think they fell off a little bit. They used to be consistent. You know, round 5. I liked it better when it used to be Sammy and the Punk. I felt like Josh Thompson was more entertaining there. I feel like he almost like acts like he now does a podcast with a cop in Big John, and he kind of like buttoned himself up a little bit. Oh, Taylor Starling's still in this. She's swinging. It's like I miss the old Josh Thompson. Good head movement by Beck Rawlings. I'm interested too in that Ben Rothwell fight. Another big right from Beck. Taylor Starling's taking him well, though. She's in there. 50 seconds left. Oh, shit. She just got dropped right as I said that. They're calling it a slip. That was dropped. I saw her head snap back. I got to see a replay of that, but I saw her head snap back. Another nice little right hand for Beck Rawlings. She put the beats on Taylor Starling in this fight. Another right hand, sending her home with some blood, fucked up face, busted eye, busted nose. Oh, another right hand. I got to see Beck Rawlings' face. I don't even know if she has a mark on her face. Like the camera angle, the whole fight has been Beck Rawlings' back because she's been stalking forward. She got a little bruising. Nothing crazy. Like, if that Taylor Starling you're trying to throw some sticks at, you got some problems, bro. Her face is fucked up. She's signaling to the crowd like she thinks she won, which is fucking crazy. Don't. Don't. Five nothing. 5-0. 5-0. Did I see Kevin Holland talking shit to Rampage? Yeah, bitch move. Fuck Kevin Holland. I'm not a Kevin Holland fan. So I've met Rampage. I've met a lot of fighters. Kevin Holland's like one of the only ones that I can say I did not have a good interaction with. He's like a pretentious jerk-off. I was glad to see DeRinner fucking maul him. The worst was I saw so many people picking Kevin Holland to beat DeRinner. I was like, what the fuck are you going off of? Like, DeRinner was a 2-weight champion and won. Trains with, now in America, trains with Killcliff. Has better training partners, has had a better career. Like, Kevin Holland wouldn't have been the champion of Bellator. Wouldn't have been the champion of 1FC. Will never be a champion. Like, even if you're going to say the competition's less in 1FC, still, to be a champion at the highest level of each weight class, there's some really good guys. And then for him to talk reckless and, like, stupid to Rampage, like, try to, prop himself up like he's some badass. Like, oh, I know about guns. Like, bro, Rampage would fucking kill him. Right now, if they fought, Rampage would fucking slam him. And then one of the worst things I see is how overhyped. Like, he was okay, Travis Lutter, but how overhyped Travis Lutter's jiu-jitsu is by Joe Rogan. That at one point they were saying he was like the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. Fuck no, he wasn't. Anyone who does jiu-jitsu knows that he was not the Michael Jordan of jiu-jitsu. He was a white guy who did jiu-jitsu and was good. That's it. He won tournaments, sure. He never won any major tournaments. He was never the best in the world. So people are always like, oh, Kevin Holland's a world-class black belt under Travis Lutter. He's a black belt. He's not a world-class black belt. Not to mention he's a fucking idiot, Kevin Holland, because he's undisciplined and he won't just cut to 170. He's too small for 185. So he'd rather not cut any weight and weigh 183 and fight guys that are cutting 20, 30 pounds and are fucking way bigger than him, and that's why he gets fucked up. For him to get slick and start talking shit to Rampage, it's like, bro, you're a fucking imbecile. Keep fighting at 185, you're just going to keep taking L's. But yeah, he's a goofball, Kevin Holland. The way Dana White called him Big Mouth, perfect name for him. Big Mouth. Rampage is a fucking OG from Pride, was almost a champion in Pride, was a UFC champion. Like, who the fuck is Kevin Holland to be talking shit to him? Kevin Holland's not even a gatekeeper. Kevin Holland is like a gatekeeper to a gatekeeper. But he's going to try to talk shit to Rampage. Also, I think the definitely the diehards, and I think even the casuals, now that Rampage is blown up again because of his podcast, would absolutely choose Rampage over Kevin Holland. Who's more entertaining? Rampage. Who would you rather talk to? Rampage. Who would you rather watch fight? Like, there's not a Kevin Holland fight that's more entertaining than an OG Rampage fight. So, yeah, he's a goofball, Kevin Holland. Especially to go on someone's podcast and disrespect them. It's like, bro, who are you? And then, yeah, he was being all pretentious, like, oh, you don't know guns? You don't know about guns? Like, oh. And then what did he say? The one point he said, like, what did he say? He's like, said something like that. If someone said that to me, I would say, fuck you to them. And Rampage was like, well, I did say that to you. He's like, oh, then fuck you, you know? Like, bro. Doucher. You know, like Kevin Holland didn't win fans over doing that. I think he lost fans talking shit to Rampage like that. Real douchebag moment for Kevin Holland. I think next will be the heavyweights, which I'm looking forward to. Like Ben Rothwell's corny, and he, kind of says some stupid shit sometimes, but I think he's entertaining. Can't hate a guy who always goes in there and fights. His post fight and his antics and his whole thing might be a little goofy, but he goes in and fights. I got no beef with Ben Rothwell. I appreciate a guy who's going to try to market himself and go outside the box a little bit. Plus, if I'm not mistaken, Ben Rothwell, I believe he's an OG Militich guy. If I'm not mistaken, let me look that up. But big win there for Beck Rawlings. I'm pretty sure she was a sizable favorite, though. Yes. He was an OG Militich guy, Ben Rothwell. And then he went to Rufu Sport. Was he a champion yet in bare knuckle boxing? Or is this his first title fight? Yeah, this is his first title fight. So I'm rooting for him. I think the guy he's fighting, though, is pretty solid, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the guy's name, but I know he's a champion. But that, same as like MMA, heavyweight only takes one. I know that heavyweight title in Bkfc gets passed around a lot. Mick Terrell. Who did Mick Terrell beat for the title? Arnold Adams. And then if I'm not mistaken, I'll look it up. Who did he beat? Well, who the fuck did this dude beat? He lost to Alan Belcher. I know this is the guy. Yeah, he beat Joey Beltran for the title. Then he lost to Alan Belcher. How did Alan Belcher lose the title? Oh, he didn't. He just left. He left BKFC, Alan Belcher, and he started fighting in bare knuckle MMA. So what is this, for a vacant title right now? Or no, Mick Terrell won it from Arnold Adams, and then defended it against Lorenzo Hunt. All right, now it's making sense. But yeah, Mick Terrell versus Ben Rothwell coming up next. Should be a nice little scrap. Who you guys got? I think everyone is leaning towards Ben Rothwell, but this is heavyweight, so anything could happen. And then who you guys got in Eddie Alvarez versus Jeremy Stephens? Like I was talking about earlier, I feel like Eddie Alvarez was always a small lightweight. Like Jeremy Stephens at the weigh-ins looked so much bigger than him. Looked taller, looked thicker. And I mean, Jeremy Stephens is old too. He's 38. He's up there in age, but Eddie Alvarez is 41. At 41, to still get up and scrap in a bare knuckle fight is crazy. They got AC Slater doing some of the commentary. That's crazy. Like if I'm Bryce Hall, that's who I'm calling out. I want to fight Mario Lopez. I know Mario Lopez could box a little bit. Mike the Marine Richmond. Has he fought since getting knocked out by what's his face? Lorenzo Hunt? Yes, he's fought twice. But yeah, that fight was crazy. Mike Richmond versus Lorenzo Hunt. That's definitely one of the best bare knuckle fights that there's been. Man, though, 41 is a tough age to be doing this. Oh, Mike Richmond's calling out Mike Perry. Do I think Jack Dempsey would be pro in the modern era? Yeah. Why wouldn't he be a pro? I don't know what you mean by that. Like, was he not good enough to be a pro? And there's a lot of people that are pros that aren't at the level of other pros. But if you look them up, 68 and 6, 53 knockouts. Granted, it was a whole different era in boxing. What was it? The 20s. You know, I've never seen him fight, but what I know of him, he was legit back in the day. But then the sport was so different back then. Like, a lot of the fighters back then weren't full-time fighters. They were fucking, longshoremen and garbage men and fucking carpenters, and boxing was like their hobby. Like I look at his record, he's got a lot of first-round KOs. So it's like, who was he beating up? Probably beating up tomato cans and casual boxers. So I mean, it's subjective because you don't know what level of fighters he was fighting back then. Last fight was in 1927. Yeah, the competition was so different back then. Now there's full-time fighters. Like back then, a pro athlete wasn't what a pro athlete is today. But fighting and boxing has been around for so long that it's like boxing was always boxing. Like, it's definitely comparable. I'd have to look at size. How big was Jack Dempsey? Because then that's what would really so see, he'd be a small heavyweight if he was that heavyweight. He was 6'1". I don't even see what he weighed, but 6'1", a 73-inch reach. You know, like Tyson was a small heavyweight, but Tyson was built like a brick shithouse. Like Tyson was 220 pounds of fucking muscle. And even then, that's the way the sport evolved. Like now, Tyson might be a cruiserweight. He might cut the fucking. I think what is cruiserweight? I think cruiserweight went up to 215 or something, didn't it? He might be cutting down to cruiserweight. But yeah, that's one of those questions. Like you can almost you can't really compare even eras in combat sports. You see it now with MMA. It's tough to compare the earlier eras of MMA to now because you'd be like, now would fucking win. Like everyone would fuck up Royce Gracie. Everyone would fuck up Ken Shamrock. They were all one dimensional. You know, it wasn't until like. And then you saw even the sport leave Tito and Frank Shamrock behind, but it wasn't until like Frank Shamrock that someone started being well-rounded. It's like, oh, this guy can grapple, this guy can wrestle, this guy can kickbox. But yeah, the evolutions of the sport is always hard to gauge how other guys would do in eras. Like even Ali was a talented boxer, was a gold medalist in the Olympics, but he was small. He was undersized. Like, it'd be a tough matchup, Ali versus, Lennox Lewis or someone like that. Like even George Foreman. Let me look up George Foreman. If I'm not mistaken, George Foreman was big, but he wasn't that big. He was just big compared to those heavyweights. Yeah. Like, so George Foreman was only 6'4". So George Foreman would be small compared to Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko's. He was just big compared to Joe Frazier, who was, I think, 5'11", 5'10". Ali, who was 6 foot or 6'1". Then you look at like someone like Rocky Marciano, who just came out. I know he was small too. Rocky Marciano was 5'10" and had a 67-inch reach. He was the heavyweight champion. But yeah, the competition, the sport was always so much different. Like you couldn't put, and the way the athletes always evolve, you can't put like a heavyweight from the 20s in a time machine and put him now. He'd probably get fucking chewed up. Maybe there's outliers where it's like this guy just had an iron jaw or this guy was as tough as they come. That's the other thing too. Durability and toughness. Like back then, if I'm not mistaken, in the 20s, the fights were either fight till the fight's over or like 15-round fights. Like they had 15-round fights up until the 80s. I don't think guys today, a lot of the guys today could fight 15-round fights. But they're better athletes. They're better trained. They're not as durable. They're not as tough, you can say, because you just don't see it. A lot of times you see fights and you kind of see the guys looking like dog shit by the last few rounds. Like, how the fuck did they used to fight 15 rounds? They were probably looking like dog shit in those fights, but just fucking killing each other. I also think the way we were talking about like brain damage and Tourette's and all those fighters were fucked up from back in the day. That's why they lengthened the fights shorter. They made the fights less rounds because they were seeing so much brain damage and fucked up fighters from those previous generations. Like we didn't have social media and shit like that. Like we couldn't see, how fucked up a lot of these guys' speech were and their cognitive skills. Man, they got Mike Terrell, a sizable favorite against Ben Rothwell. Is he about to fuck Ben Rothwell up? I feel like Ben Rothwell's about to put the beats on him. They might have Ben Rothwell fucked up in this one. I like how Ben Rothwell comes out to like horror music, like boogeyman music. But yeah, I can't even remember. I think I saw the Lorenz Hunt fight, and I think I maybe saw the Arnold Adams fight, but I don't really remember like how, what's his name, Mick Terrell? I don't remember how Mick Terrell moves or too much about him. He is wearing a Rampage dog chain, though. You know a guy's a fucking animal when he wears a dog chain, a big chain to the ring. Oh, never mind. He's wearing like a bedazzled green Eagles chain. Are you guys football fans? Tomorrow is a big day for football. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to say the Buffalo Bills are going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs and the refs. Despite playing the refs and the Chiefs, I think the Buffalo Bills are going to pull off the win and win their first NFC Championship game in forever. I saw a stat that said teams that are going for a three-peat lose in the NFC Championship game. They're 0-3. One going for a three-peat. Other interesting stat I saw is I think the Chiefs they've won 15 of their last 16, and the one loss was to the Buffalo Bills. And then the Eagles are like 12 out of their last 13 or something, and the one loss was to the Commanders. So it's definitely interesting matchups. Bro, you know that's what it is. The refs and the Chiefs. You see how right now my whole feed today was people talking about how you have to sack what's his name? Pat Mahomes. Because if you tackle him too rough, you're going to get, roughing the passer, unnecessary roughness. And how you got to run at him with hands up in the air trying to block the passes versus trying to sack him. Because if you sack him, you're going to get fucking penalties. It's actually really fucked up. I watch a lot of football, and the way that they call the games differently for the Chiefs versus the way they call every other fucking player. Like, did you see that one play? I don't know if you guys even watch football, but they had one play a few weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago, where a guy, Lamar Jackson, had already run out of bounds, and someone then ran up to him and tackled him when the play was already done, and they didn't call anything. If they did that to, what's his name, it would have been like a fucking half the distance to the goal penalty. They had the one play where you saw Mahomes acting, like they didn't even touch him, and Mahomes went like, oh, and jumped, and they fucking called the penalty on the guy. It's really fucked up. It actually takes a lot of the joy out of watching them play, because you see that they just want to put Taylor Swift in the fucking shot on Super Bowl or on playoff games. That's why the refs are in it, because they just want Taylor Swift there. Yeah, they call the games terrible. Like that's the one that comes to mind. Is there was one where the guy literally completely fouled, committed a penalty on Lamar Jackson, and they didn't call it. And then even the announce team started talking about, well, if that was Pat Mahomes, might have been a different call there. And like the Bills, every game it seems like the referees are against the Bills. And here we go. Ben Rothwell versus Mickle. Is that his name, Mickle? Oh, Mick Terrell. I was combining his names. Oh, little eye poke there by Ben Rothwell. A lot of times in fighting, if you pay attention to it, you see it. It's usually whoever commits the first foul wins. Ooh, nice little backhand eye poke by Ben Rothwell. So now he's got a little bit of an advantage over Terrell. Oh, and there it is. He just knocked Terrell out cold. Man, I had my DraftKings open, but they don't have Bkfc on there. I would have threw some money on Ben Rothwell. I saw he was like a 2-1 underdog. 30 seconds in, big overhand right. First the eye poke. Like I just was saying, a lot of times it comes down to who commits the first foul. That's a stat that if you ever do a deep stat dive and really analyze combat sports, you can see usually whoever commits the first foul goes on to win the fight. Because you just got fouled. It kind of takes you out of your gameness, and you're like, oh, I just got fucking fouled. Plus, you just got fouled. Your eyes fucked up. So then you get your little break. You come back into the fight, and the other guy didn't get fouled. He's still game mode. He still has adrenaline at the height. But yeah, he just fucked him up right there. And now they're giving me some freeze action. But big right hand by Ben Rothwell. I saw that Terrell was a 2-1 favorite in that. You know, he's a big dude, Ben Rothwell. He's a bear. So that fight was definitely whoever lands first. And he landed first. 30 seconds, 23 seconds in. He got the eye poke at about 10 seconds. The knockout punch, 23 seconds. That's a scary dude. They're just now getting Terrell up. Same thing. He doesn't know where he is. They're like, that's always like a crazy thing when it's like, when the guy's like, what happened? And they go, you just got knocked out. Big overhand right. I don't even think, I think that was the first punch he threw right on the chin. So the eye poke and then the big right hand right across the chin. Oof. Ran right across his face. Ooh. Now let's see what type of cringy nut job promo Ben Rothwell cuts. He's already making weird faces. Man, one thing that it's good that they added Conor McGregor, because one thing that kind of ruins it for BKFC is I think Dave Feldman's a little bit of a goofball. Almost like he's a tryhard. Bro, imagine getting hit by Ben Rothwell. He's like a 300-pound dude with vicious knockout power. He just hit this dude clean with a haymaker. Fresh, too. 20 seconds in, fresh. But yeah, that's similar to... I wish I was a better statistician, or I could find a way that I can get these statistics calculated. Is over 35, it's tough to win a fight, unless you're fighting another guy over 35. And then the foul thing. Like, if you get the first foul in, you're probably going to win the fight. You know, the guy you just fouled has to deal with that adrenaline dump, refocusing, getting his adrenaline back up. On top of, he probably has scratched eye, Vaseline in his eye. Man. The zone. They keep rainbow wheeling me. Ben Rothwell was like, Philadelphia, fuck yeah. Bro. Conor McGregor looks so jacked up right now on cocaine. He looks like he is in the midst of a bender. Oh my God. Bro, Conor looks bad right now. I've seen a lot of combat sports that I start noticing these stupid little things about it. And I saw someone else give that stat. I think even the UFC is who gave that stat, where you don't win championship fights after 35, and then I started examining just fights in general. You don't win fights after 35 unless you're fighting someone else over 35. But the foul thing, I've seen that for years. I used to have a coach who used to say that to all of the fighters and say, take your foul. Like, don't worry about fouling the guy. You want to foul him. You want to foul the guy and get the warning. As long as you don't get a point deducted or you don't get disqualified, foul the fucking guy. Hit him with a low blow, poke him in the eye, hit him in the back of the head. He's going to do the same thing to you. Like, he would almost tell us, don't not foul intentionally, but just don't be afraid to foul. Like, don't make that part of your game plan to make sure you don't foul the guy. Like, just fucking fight the guy to the death. But you would always say, use your fouls. Use your referee warnings, use your fouls. And then you slowly see it more and more in fighting. I see it all the time in the UFC too. Whoever gets hit with the low blow, whoever gets eye poked, they usually go on to lose the fight. And then after the fight, they're like, well, I had the eye poke and the low blow and blah, 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 blah. It's not that they're making an excuse. It's they got fucking fouled. And it's hard to overcome getting fouled. I've been fouled in a fight. And you usually don't come back from getting fouled. Oh, man, did Joey Dawakaw... I missed that fight. Wow, I missed the end of that fight. How did I miss that fight? Joey Dawakaw, the pro boxer, lost to that big fat guy that he was fucking up. I missed the end of that. That's crazy. How did he lose to that fucking guy? That guy looked terrible. He was getting punched around. He must have punched himself out. Oh, we got Eddie Alvarez warming up now. That's tough, too, that Eddie Alvarez is in his hometown for this. I think the school of thought is going to be, he's going to fight harder, and I think there's more pressure that comes with fighting in your backyard and having your people there. You'd rather fight on the road, I feel. What are they celebrating? Oh, they're going to sing the national anthem. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but Conor McGregor looks so banged up right now. Like, when he first came out, he looked a little bit more alert. He didn't look... Right now, he's like eyes closed, like he's about to go run to the bathroom, and it's not to take a piss. Oh, no. I know you Canadians, the Canada guy who was in the chat, let's pay some respect for America. You might become the 51st state soon. I mean, you guys got Conor McGregor. You could have shelled out a little money for a better looking singer. Or someone famous. I know at some of the old Bkfcs, they used to have a really hot redhead chick. A hot redheaded Australian chick that used to sing the national anthem. Bro, I could have sang this national anthem. This chick is terrible. Yeah. She had a couple moments where she like peeked out. It's like, come on, bro. You telling me Conor McGregor and Bkfc couldn't splurge for Beyonce's sister at least? Oh, I'm rooting for Alvarez, but Jeremy Stevens is such a scary opponent. It was actually this night, UFC 189, when he flying kneed my old buddy Dennis Bermudez in the head. That was a heartbreaker. Menace was on his way to win that fight, and then he hit the fadeaway flying knee. And then I met Jeremy Stevens when he fought at the Jake Paul Nate Diaz fight when he fought Chris Avila, and I was like, "There's no way he loses to Chris Avila." And then Chris Avila boxed the shit out of him for however long the fight was. Chris Avila made him look terrible. I'm hoping Eddie Alvarez can channel some of that tonight, but I don't even think he landed a punch on Chris Avila. Chris Avila like clowned him, which was crazy. Jeremy Stevens, a slight underdog. Man, I actually said that I wanted to get my Bovada straightened out today so that way I could throw something on the BKFC, but I didn't get around to it. And then I saw those odds. I wanted to jump at those odds. I thought Ben Rothwell was definitely live in that fight. I think it said he was plus 211 or plus 179, something. He was definitely a sizable dog, a big enough dog that it made my eyebrows pop up. Oh man, Eddie Alvarez coming out to the Rocky Balboa. This is must win. Hopefully, even win or lose, Eddie Alvarez walks away right here. But if he loses, I don't know how much longer he should be doing this. Fans are going nuts for Eddie Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez is definitely the modern day Philadelphia fighter. Like he represents everything a Philly fighter has always stood for: toughness, gameness, brawling, chin, durability, killer instinct. I like that one moment when he was fighting Chad Mendez and Conor McGregor started cheering for him and was like, throw the uppercut, throw the uppercut. And he threw the uppercut, landed it, and then pointed at McGregor. And McGregor was on the outside going fucking nuts. Like, Conor definitely ran to the back right now. If not, just has a little sifter in his pocket. Oh, even looking at Eddie, you see that he's 41. He doesn't look as cut up or as jacked as he used to be. He's starting to look like an old man. He's saying a little prayer. Oh, I'm nervous for Eddie right now. How do you guys see this fight going? Is it going to go the full 5 rounds? Do we see a knockout? Conor McGregor's doing laps in the ring. With his green suit, this guy looks like a fucking leprechaun in there. A geeted out leprechaun. Conor's definitely hoping this fight goes 1 round so he can get back to his bender. I don't think judges are going to be needed in this fight. Poof. Stevens KO? I hope not. That's kind of what I'm leaning towards, though. I'm hoping it's an Eddie KO, especially because they're in Philly. I feel like this will be a moment right now. DraftKings only has certain boxing fights and UFC fights. They never have a lot of shit. They don't have PFL ever. But I also know I'm in New York, so I know DraftKings is a lot different in New York than in other states, which is fucked up. They're both durable, but Eddie's 41. He's 40 years of age. All right, I'm going Eddie Alvarez. Eddie body shot, kiss Stevens third round. Okay. I think Eddie's game plan has to be to take this into the second and third round. I think first round Stevens is going to be very dangerous. But let's see who commits the first foul, because that could be a big tell in this fight. Both of these guys are dogs, too. Like, if you hurt either one of them and don't put them away, they're coming back on you. Stevens definitely looks bigger than Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez moving around, though. He looks quick for a 41-year-old. 41, though, is a tough age. Like, that would be a stat dive I'd look at. How many combat sports athletes have won after 41? You know, if you're on gear, maybe. Eddie don't look like he's on gear. Oh, for sure. Eddie body shot KO. I could see Eddie with the short right hand catching Stevens on the chin. Here we go. They're towing the line. Round one. Dan Rugliata, the ref. So that's a good ref to have for this. All right, little feeling out process. They didn't get right to it. Stevens definitely looks, I don't know why he looks so much bigger than Eddie Alvarez. I will say this. Neither guy looks like they're on gear. We made a Discord. We never really got it up and running. I got to circle back to it. I know Discord's a big thing now. I had a guy for it. He wasn't very helpful. Nothing really landed yet. Ooh, there's that body shot for Eddie Alvarez. Good right hand to the body. Little right hand looks like it got through a little bit. But yeah, that's one significant thing I see is neither guy looks like they're on gear. Oh, nice little right hand landed for Eddie Alvarez. Stevens took it, though. Eddie looks like the cleaner of the two. Stevens a little bit swinging and missing so far, but it only takes one when you're swinging heavy. I feel like Eddie, no, hopefully he doesn't get knocked out after I say his style transitioned very well to bare knuckle. Like he's been in a lot of street fights. Eddie is hamburger and Jeremy is hot dog folds. Yep. I mean, they both still look good. They're both still in good shape. You could just tell that neither one of them went on the big gear diet after getting out of the drug testing pool. Oh, nice jab landed for Jeremy Stevens. Oh, another right hand for Eddie. I'd go 1-0 Eddie there. Like, I'm sure Bkfc's drug testing is probably pissing this cup, and then they fucking dump the cup out. They're not testing that shit. Oh, for sure. I feel like McGregor was throwing shade at Stevens leading up to the fight and was kind of openly rooting for Eddie. Bro, Connor's also really looks like he's really geeked out right now. Like he's been blowing rails for 3 days. Like we might see a fight right now with if Jeremy Stevens wins, we might see like a break apart and a shoving match between Connor and Jeremy Stevens. I always wanted to go to Philadelphia just for a Philly cheesesteak. Like, that's on my bucket list of things to do. Ooh, good couple of jabs by Eddie Alvarez backing Stevens up. Ooh, little combination. Little right hand, left hook landed for Eddie Alvarez. Ooh. Oh, a little uppercut. Stevens just hit him with an uppercut. Ooh. They just traded left hands. Jeremy Stevens got the better of it. Oh. Better round here for Stevens. Couple shots landed for Eddie Alvarez. They clinch up. Nice little uppercut on the break for Eddie Alvarez. Jeremy Stevens is trying to jab and time Eddie Alvarez. Catch him with an uppercut, it looks like. A little bruising on the eye now of Jeremy Stevens. But he landed a couple good shots. He made Eddie Alvarez wobble a little bit. There's another good jab. Good right hand landed for Eddie Alvarez. Eddie Alvarez looks like his eyes swelling a little bit. There's another right hand for Jeremy Stevens. Little left hand, right hand landed for Eddie Alvarez. Little holding and hitting by both guys. Yeah, Stevens definitely landing the harder shots right now. And he's eating what Eddie hits him with. Eddie's landed some clean shots. Just landed another right hand. He's backing Stevens up. All right, looks like Stevens is breathing a little heavier though, so maybe that's a good moment for Alvarez. Bro, the inauguration was like 8. You saw that one video with him with the Paul brothers. Everyone else was tired. Conor McGregor was wired at 8 in the morning. Yeah, he was high as fuck. So that round, I might lean towards Stevens. He landed the better shots. Seemed like he wobbled Eddie a little bit. But yeah, he looked totally geeked out at the inauguration. And then did you hear, I was saying earlier, I don't know if you listened to Theo Vaughn, but I saw the clip of it. Theo Vaughn talking about what it was like to meet McGregor. And he was like, this guy is just energy. Like, he was just energy. Like, I just felt his energy. And he just wouldn't stop talking about how he was so full of energy. And it was like, bro, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. He hadn't slept yet. He was on a bender. You know, Washington, from what I hear, never been, but I hear it has very high-end escorts, especially with all the politicians, so I imagine. Landed the jet, landed the proper 12 of the Irish Forge jet, hit up a plug, got some of that booger sugar, got a couple of high-end, stole some of the politicians' escorts, and started having himself a good night. Rolled that right into the inauguration. You think 2 rounds for Stevens? I think Eddie won the first round. Oh, my God. Jeremy Stevens just dropped Eddie Alvarez. Big right hand. Eddie Alvarez is stumbling. Big right hand landed for Jeremy Stevens. Eddie Alvarez got to get on his bicycle right now and clear his head. But I got it 1 round apiece. But now that big right hand. All right, Eddie's looks like he's back. He's swinging. Jeremy Stevens right now is almost adapting that. Good right hand landed for Eddie Alvarez. Jeremy Stevens is almost adapting that Beck Rollins style. He's trying to just pull some attacks out of Alvarez and counter. Ooh, both guys just landed there. Traded shots. Ooh, good left hand landed for Alvarez. He backs Stevens up. It's always entertaining when Eddie Alvarez fights, how you hear his wife screaming like a maniac. Ooh, a couple little uppercuts landed for Eddie Alvarez. He's got to watch out for on the break. That's where Jeremy Stevens caught him. And now they just rainbow wheeled me. So now it's going to come back, and I'm going to see Eddie Alvarez on the floor. Yeah, they lean low. Man, they're not coming back. They got me fucked up now. They got me stuck on them in the clinch with a rainbow wheel. What the fuck, the zone? Oh, man, Alvarez is down. What did I miss? He's up. He's up. Oh, man, I missed what happened there. End of the round, so he dropped him at the end of the round right there. Let's see. Oh, another right hand. Oh, that's the first right hand. He almost turned him off with that one. Let me see that last knockout. Last knockdown. Oh, they're stopping the fight. Who stopped that fight? No, Alvarez not doing good. Man, you could have cashed if you bet Stevens and Ben Rothwell. They were both underdogs. Man, what did I stargaze there? That I knew when they come back, the fight will be over? Oh, so that'll be a I believe that will go down as a fourth round TKO. Or I don't know if they'd give that a third round or a fourth round. Here we go though. Let him please call out Conor McGregor. Imagine if that's how the who the fuck is that guy comes full circle. So he rocked Eddie, and then he caught Eddie with a nice punch, kind of behind the head, behind the ear. Definitely threw his equilibrium off. Like right now, if Jeremy Stevens wants that Conor McGregor fight, he grabs the mic and says, Conor McGregor, you're taking everything I worked for, motherfucker. I'm going to fight your fucking ass. Yeah. I had a bad feeling about that one. I didn't like the way Eddie was reacting to that first knockdown. And Stevens was doing a good job of just pulling. Same thing Beck Rollins was doing. Like just fighting, pulling out attacks, and then countering. I want to know who stopped that fight, though. Did Eddie stop that fight? Did his corner stop that fight? And if you watch that punch that dropped him, you could see the big fucking red mark on the back of his neck. His equilibrium was definitely fucked. Damn. Did Conor McGregor was Conor just screaming into the mic right there? Come here. Bro, Conor took his jacket off because he probably sensed that something might happen here. Oh my god, Conor looks so fucking high right now. Come here. Conor looks so bad. He took his jacket off, though, like he knew, because he rooted for Edgar. Eddie. Oh, he had his moment. He said my promoters were against me. He should have been like, so I want to fight Conor. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Here we go. Ah. I mean, Jeremy didn't even call out Conor. Conor just called out Jeremy Stevens. Dana White just broke his TV seeing that. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, but that's a quick cease and desist and lawsuits galore from the UFC if they try to put on any McGregor fight. Oh, that right hand, that was done there. There's that left hand and then that right hand behind the ear. Conor throws his coat off because he knew I'm about to step to this fucking guy. The police in Philly better be on alert tonight because Conor McGregor is loose in Philadelphia. Conor McGregor is fucking loose in Philly. It makes me wish I went to this event or tried to go to this event because then I could be like, Conor, where are we going? If if Dana's smart, he just does a co-promote, which I know he'll never do, but Jeremy Stevens versus Conor, great fight. I'd watch it. That's like a winnable fight, I think, for Conor. Even though I think Stevens is almost too durable for Conor. Like it's a dangerous fight in the sense that he's durable, where Conor is the opposite. Huge Irish population where? In Philly? Definitely. Man, two underdogs, though. Ben Rothwell and Jeremy Stevens pulling off upsets. Slight upsets, but I know Rothwell was a bigger upset. But man, hide the liquor, hide the cocaine. Conor McGregor is on the fucking loose tonight in Philadelphia. It's like John Jones in Vegas. You're just waiting for a report of some kind of him going nuts. Like there might be a fight, there might be a grape, there might be an assault, there might who the fuck knows. I don't think they were sold out. Nah, I think Stevens is signed with the GFL. He's drafted on a team. I'm pretty sure Jeremy Stevens is on one of the teams in the GFL. I've also heard though Connor say, and I think the UFC is kind of delaying it too. Like, just book him a fight. I know they had the fight with Chandler booked, and it got pulled out a few weeks before. Rumors were that Connor was hurt. Some rumors that Connor was going to rehab. Then he displayed the picture of the pinky toe or the broken foot, whatever it was. I think they just need to book him a fight. So when I was looking at it, there's some good fighters in the GFL, like some people that could still win fights in the UFC. But then there's a couple of tough ones. There's Tony. There's Chris Weidman. There were a couple of rough ones I saw. Like they kind of were just catching anybody they could and signing them up. It also depends on when the events are. Like I haven't heard anything about. All I heard was their draft, and I don't know if you saw it or anybody saw it. It looked terrible. You saw that they did like a draft where they had like they did it like it was the NFL or the NBA or something, where they had a camera on the person. They were like, the number 2 draft is Sage Northcutt, and they showed Sage Northcutt in his kitchen like excited. It's like, come on, bro. All these people used to fight in the UFC. They'd rather be in the UFC. Yoel, 3-weight champion, and what? GFL? Yeah, the GFL is going to be where we see the first 3-weight champion. Maybe BKFC, I could have seen it. Why, they did an AI thing? They did an AI simulation? I don't think Yoel can make 185 anymore. He's old. That shit would be tough. Very tough to make 185. You didn't see what cringe shit? Oh, the Sage Northcutt thing? It was the fucking worst. I only saw the Sage Northcutt one. I don't know who else they did it with, but that's just fucking shot. Like, what are we doing here? Sage Northcutt's like 31. They did it like he was a 19-year-old getting drafted into the NBA. And he was like there with his mom celebrating. One thing I did see that they had was that British reporter. What's her name? I actually have met her a few times. Carolyn Pierce. She's nice to look at. Definitely could get hit with some sticks. Carolyn Pierce is like their announcer. What is the AI thing? I didn't see the AI thing. What did they do with AI, the GFL? I feel like, again, they're trying too hard. The blueprint is out there. You get deep pockets, and you keep putting on fights until you get a Forrest Griffin, Stephan Bonner fight that captivates people. And you can go viral with that and then get people's eyes on your product. It's not, let's have teams, or let's have $1 million tournament, or let's, you know, they're trying to reinvent the wheel. There's already a wheel invented. There's already a whole thing in motion. It's what the UFC does. It's what Pride did. It's you put on good fights. That's it. And it will catch on if you're putting on good fights. If you're putting on mismatches and bullshit fights like the PFL was doing, or like Bellator was doing, or your roster's not deep, or you put on a fight card, like that's where Bellator lost, is Bellator was just pissing their money away, and they would put on these fight cards where it was the worst undercard possible, a couple of bad like prelim fights, and then they would put on like 2 or 3 good fights. You can't have that. Like the UFC will get you hooked sometimes by some of the prelims being good, and you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna watch all these. That's the method to this whole thing. The UFC already laid out the blueprint. Pride laid out the blueprint. The only reason Pride failed is because they were a laundering operation for the Yakuza, and they had criminal elements involved that were not allowing them to get bigger sponsorships or not allowing them to go further. And then I think people were getting murdered and shit. Like, that's why Pride failed. UFC got to keep going because they had the deep pockets that they were able to fund it. They were 40 million, 42 million, whatever in the hole. And then that fight happened, that they blew up. That's what they got to do. They don't have to have an Ultimate Fighter. They don't have to have that, element. They just need to keep putting on fights. Eventually, they will have a good fight. Like Bkfc. That's what Bkfc's been doing. Consistently putting on fights. I'm sure Dave Feldman, before they started getting bigger sponsorship deals, before Conor came on, I'm sure they were in a hole. They weren't making money. They were losing money. And then eventually you're going to get to that point where you start generating a little bit of money. It all starts turning. Eyes start jumping onto your product. And then, boom, you're on. If you try to do the IFL thing or the PFL thing or the GFL thing, even that, they all keep coming up with the same fucking name. Everything's an FL. Everything's a fight league. You're destined to fail. Like, what is GFL again? Global Fight League? What are we doing here? Oh, it's definitely red panty night for some escorts in PA. Connor is going to get some high-end escorts. If not, just grab Britton Star or whatever the fuck her name is, Britton Hart. Not Taylor Starling because her face got fucked up tonight, but he's going to grab a couple of hoes, ask them if they got the cocaine, and it's definitely going to be a red panty night for somebody. Jeremy Stevens almost looked like a little like, what the fuck? Like, I don't think he thought Connor would take that route. Connor, like, got in his face and was like, let's set something up. Let's set up a date. Dana White grabbed his laptop or punched his TV, something, and was like, motherfucker. Like, get his manager on the phone. Get him on the fucking phone. And then we've heard it from Connor. UFC's playing games with booking him a fight date, and a large part of it is because, like, there's speculation, there's usually some truth. UFC is trying to negotiate a new rights deal, so I'm sure they want the carrot of a Conor McGregor fight because it's going to draw in X number of viewers and generate X amount of money. So they need that. They can't go into a negotiation for a new TV rights deal and say our biggest star is never going to fight again. They need to have Conor McGregor as part of their offer, as part of their possible rollout for a new network. Like if they go to Netflix, or if they renew it with ESPN, or they go to any company, they're going to want to have Conor McGregor be one of the first fight cards that they have on that network. They can't have it be no Conor McGregor. They can't have it be no John Jones. They can't have it be no big name, you know? Like, who would be the third biggest name? Who would be their biggest name behind, like, a John Jones or a Conor? Probably Ilya, but they got Ilya locked under contract, and they got some fights lined up for Ilya. Islam's probably taking a little break, but I'm sure they got fights coming up eventually for Ilya. For Islam. I don't know. But I enjoyed those fights. Definitely the main and co-main, and even the girl fight delivered. They were entertaining. Watching and wondering how geeked up Conor was also entertaining. Kind of like looking on the outside and just waiting for that moment when you get a glimpse of Conor in his little leprechaun suit and seeing him maybe snort a line and seeing how fucked up looking he was. But he definitely was on a bender. It's actually just hit me that it's coming to that point where I think we got to start looking into getting Conor McGregor some help. Probably has a drug problem, probably has an alcohol problem. I don't think we're ever going to see Conor McGregor fight again unless it's a street fight. Yeah, this has been a good week for combat sports. 2025 is kicking off pretty good. 311 was good. This card was good. It's crazy. I saw, and it gives you that, like it's not fueling my addiction as we're done until February 1st. Is it February 1st? The first week of February is the next UFC card, so we don't even have fights. Oh, no, that's next week. Okay. I lost a little. So, yeah, we had these 2 weeks off. And now next week, though, we got some good fights. I was looking at that card, and I was actually impressed with that card that's coming up. I know the main event was Israel Adesanya versus Imavov. Were the ONE FC fights good yesterday? I missed them. I don't follow ONE FC close enough. That's probably the one that I don't follow close enough that I should, because I do know they got some really good fighters there. I do follow like their main events and whatnot, but I did miss their recent card. You know, I used to watch the Renner a lot. I used to watch Ang Lasang a lot. But yeah, Shaura Magomedov versus Michael Page. The one fight I saw that interested me was Pavlovich versus Rosenstrike. Should be a good fight. ONE FC fights were amazing. ONE FC is always good. You can always get entertaining fights. That's why when people shit on ONE FC, I'm like, the talent level's pretty high. But yeah, there were a couple of good scraps on this UFC card. Shamil Gaizev versus Thomas Peterson. Muhammad Naimavov versus Khan Ofif. Saeed Nurmagomedov versus Vinicius Oliveira. All right, so maybe a little weaker than my memory was giving me there. But Adesanya versus Imavov, I'm into. I don't really care for Shaura Magomedov because I know he has the one eye and he can't ever fight in America. But him versus Michael Page could be good. I'm never really interested in a Michael Page fight. It's point fighting. But Pavlovich versus Rosenstrike, I was interested. And not a big pro wrestling guy, but I do enjoy some pro wrestling. It makes me feel like a kid again sometimes, but I am looking forward to the Royal Rumble. Always enjoyed the Royal Rumble ever since I was a kid. But yeah, this card is good. And then what was the next one? Maybe that's what it was. I definitely saw. I remember looking on the horizon for the UFC and seeing that there were a couple of good things coming up. Oh my God, never mind. Because then I even remember the fucking UFC, that's what it was. UFC 312 was so fucking terrible. Page rocked both Holland and Gary, kind of got robbed by Gary, yeah. I like Shaura. I don't like the fact that he'll never fight in America, is what ruins it for me. Like, can you give him a title shot because he can never fight in America? You're just going to always have, if he wins, you're always going to have title fights in other countries that'll let him fight. And Page is a point fighter. He kind of, he's overachieved, if you will, in his UFC career. I thought he would get ran right out and not be successful at all. I did think he'd beat Kevin Holland. I was rooting for him against Ian Gary. But yeah, UFC 312. So we got February 1st. So we got, all right, we're back. So we had this break, and now after this, we're fucking back. We have fights every weekend, leading all the way up to April. That's the furthest I see it advertised, but up to April 12th, we got fights. But yeah, UFC 312 looks fucking hot dog water. Duplessis versus Strickland, absolutely interested in, especially a rematch. I'm sure it'll have a nice little build up to it. I always laugh, and even like, you know how MMA lines or like little moments in MMA stick in your head? One moment that's stuck in my head, and I replay it in my head every now and then, and when I see the clip, it makes me laugh, is when Dreykus was like, you think your dad beat the shit out of you? You have no idea what I'm going to do to you. I'm going to make you feel like that little kid again, or whatever he said. And then you saw Strickland go, and then just turn and be like, I'll fucking take your life. I will fucking take your soul. And then Dreykus started laughing at him. I thought that was pretty funny. Thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. I like the back and forth. I'll see you next time. No, I don't think he could fight anywhere. No athletic commission. Like Bisping used to have to cheat when he had one eye. And I think Bisping had an actual eye. I think Shaura Bullet has like a fucking white eye. Like there's no realm where you look at him and go, oh, his eye works. I think he's completely blind in his eye. I think they have said that they can only have him fight on cards overseas. Right? Whereas, so this fight is going to be in the Middle East, in Riyadh. And he hasn't fought in anywhere except for overseas fights. But yeah, UFC 312. So very top heavy. Weili Zhang versus Tatiana Suarez, I'm definitely interested in. I've been waiting for Tatiana Suarez to get her title shot for a long time. Any interaction I've ever had with Tatiana Suarez, I'm a big fan of hers. I like Patchy Mix, her man as well. Strickland versus Duplessis, I'm interested in. But then this is where I get a little irritated. Is Justin Taffa is on the main card versus Taliesin Texera. Unless Taliesin Texera is like some next new wave of heavyweight, what the fuck is Justin Taffa doing on the main card? He should be the first fight on the prelims. Jimmy Crute versus Rodolfo Bellato. That's a prelim fight. Jake Matthews versus Francisco Prado. For that to be on the pay-per-view, it's like, what the fuck? You want me to pay money for this? This fight should be free. This card should be on ESPN free. Very weak undercard. Top heavy. I appreciate those the co-main event and the main event, but what's just speculation about Shower Bullet's eye? No, I think he's fucked. I don't think he can fight anywhere. Especially now that it's like a thing. Like everyone, the athletic commissions are aware of it. And then after that, we got Cannonier versus RoboCop. That's a good fight. But this is a fight night, so I can understand this card being a little less weaker. Ooh, I'm looking forward to that fight. Ismail Bonfim versus Nazim Sadikov. That's a good one. Yusuf Zalal versus Calvin Kattar should be entertaining. Edmund versus Dylan Budka. Rodolfo Vieira versus Andre Petroski is a good one. Couple of good fights on that, but nothing crazy. Ooh, Jared Gordon's fighting Kai Fernandez. Never even heard of Kai Fernandez. And then what do we got after that? I want Cannonier, but I'm probably going to say RoboCop. I like Cannonier. Cannonier's a cool dude. He's always been very cool with his time. I've always had like I haven't talked to him in a while, but I used to text a lot with him, have like a good rapport back and forth with him. Interviewed him a few times. He was always cool. He's like a family man. Very nice dude. Plays video games. Then after that, what is this? February 22nd is that Washington card. Song Yadong versus Cejudo. I'm always excited for a Cejudo or a Dominic Cruz fight, but Cruz versus Rob Font, Song Yadong versus Cejudo. That's if either one of them lose, they're done. Like that's the last time we see them. Edson Barbosa versus Steve Garcia. Same thing there. If Steve Garcia wins, that's probably we're done with Barbosa. Brendan Allen versus Anthony Hernandez is good. Yes, I've interviewed Cannonier a few times. Oh, Curtis Blades is back for some no-name heavyweight. That's a pretty good card. That UFC Seattle card. I thought I saw that Chiesa was going to be on it, but Chiesa is not on this. Maybe they couldn't find Chiesa an opponent. I wonder if Connor is going to be at this post-fight press conference. Or if he's gone. He's disappeared into the night of Philly. So this fight card on March 1st is very weak. That's going to be a weak card. Yeah, RoboCop's entertaining. I'm a fan of RoboCop, but I'm a big Jared Cannonier fan. I hated that one fight. Was that Imavov, where he's kind of like he was getting beat up, but they fucking stopped it on him. It was a terrible stoppage. But yeah, Dave Feldman now is talking. I've met Dave Feldman, nice guy, but even when I met him, and then anytime I see him, he's like watching paint dry. There's nothing like animated about him. And then when he tries to get animated, you're like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, that's not you. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, Garcia's good, too. I think that's a bad night for Barbosa. But yeah, Dave Feldman's kind of a goober. Yeah, Cannonier's tough. Tough as fuck. And again, really nice guy. Family man. Just wants to sit home and play video games. No, Conor's never going to fight again. I think he'll do... I don't think he's ever going to fight in the UFC again. I'm hoping I'm wrong. But what I'm seeing now, no. What I'm seeing now is Conor has a drug problem. And I don't think we're going to see him fight again. I hope I'm wrong. But at this point, I've now folded up and put away my desire to see him fight in the UFC. I'm now on to I'll watch him fight. I want to see him fight an influencer. Because I think if he fights in the UFC, it's going to be one and done. He's getting fucked up and he's not coming back. I don't think the Magic Man, Mystic Mac, I don't think he exists anymore. He's old. Conor's old. Is Conor 35? Conor's not coming off a leg break. Conor's not winning another fight in the UFC. It's just not happening. He's 36. Conor McGregor's never winning again. Dave Feldman said the whole card is getting bonuses tonight. Yeah, I think a BKFC fight or an influencer fight. I just want to see him fight. And even I would honestly, I would love to see him fight in the UFC again, but I just don't. Like, Conor really did change the sport. He's an event when he fights. Every Conor fight is always the biggest spectacle that the UFC could put on. Like, I remember when he was out for a minute, and then when he came back and fought Poirier the first time, I watched that fight at a bar, like a club in Fort Lauderdale, and it was an event. Like, so many people were into the fight, watching the fight, the oohs and the ahs was fucking crazy. Then he got knocked out, and it was like, holy shit. Then I went to that same place for the next fight when they rematched, and he broke his leg. And that was another one. Like, just there's a buzz around a Conor McGregor fight that no other fighter has. That's why I want to see him fight, because I think he took the sport up here, and every time he fights, win or lose, he keeps elevating the sport. And I want this to be the biggest sport in the world, but I don't want to see him keep getting fucked up. Yes, McGregor fight turned into a Tyson fight, and that's that same thing. When I was a little kid, I used to sit on the floor and watch, everyone would get together at like my uncle's house, and I would sit on the floor and watch Mike Tyson fights and think it was the craziest fucking thing ever, the greatest thing ever. Like, holy shit, I'm getting to witness this. Like, I remember watching Tyson versus Holyfield when I was a kid and being like, oh, he bit his fucking ear. I remember even the first fight where Holyfield caught him and fucked him up and the referee stopped the fight. That was insane. Then I remember when he bit his ear. It was the fucking craziest thing. Like, Conor has that same thing. Everything is so other people fight and break their leg, and it's like he broke his leg. When Conor broke his leg, it was like, holy shit, he broke his fucking leg. Like, it's all magnified. And then you just see the sport, the buzz, the way the sport's going up and growing, and it's on the main story of ESPN, and everyone knows about a Conor McGregor fight. Everyone, like, it's exactly like Tyson. He transcends the sport, so I always want to see that. But I don't want to see him come back and just get fucked up by Michael Chandler. Like, some fucking random guy. I definitely don't want to see him get fucked up by KSI or Jake Paul or Logan Paul, but I think he could beat those guys. I hope he could beat those guys. Bkfc said, so they're going to, see, perfect example is Bkfc. He just said, we're going to make an arena, we're going to make a training center, and we're going to keep doing what we're doing. Like, he's doing the UFC model. The fight league model that the UFC laid out. That's what all these other people should be doing. But the GFL, the PFL, they're all just going to keep sinking money into a losing venture, and nothing's going to come of it. Like, the playbook's out. What you got to do? Just do what the UFC's doing. If you keep trying to reinvent the wheel, you're just going to wind up wasting fucking money. And having going out of business sales. And not making stars. Like, look at the PFL. What a fucking waste of money. Them signing Francis Ngannou, waste of money. Them buying the Bellator, fucking the whole league and then scrapping it, waste of money. Like, what are they doing? They're just pissing away money. Giving away $1 million to a guy fighting in a tournament and then not having that guy fight for a year, like, till the next tournament. They should have had $1 million champions, gave them a title belt, and then they're the fucking champion. They defend the championship every 3 months. And then the next year's tournament makes the number one contender. Like, they're so fucking stupid. And then you have like a unification, if you will, between the champion and the guy who won the tournament last year. Instead, the PFL would have the champions fight in the tournament the next year, lose in the first or second round, and then it wouldn't mean nothing. Like, they blew it. They had an opportunity there. They just totally fucked it up. What's entertainment for millionaires? The PFL? You could say that. It's just I think it's a money laundering or just a Ponzi scheme. Like, think of all those celebrities that they have. Like, oh, this person's an owner. This person. I think they just got all those people to just invest money, and then the money got squandered. The money went into somebody's pocket. It definitely didn't go into production, because I used to go to those shows. Like, they used to have to give away tickets. It definitely didn't go into marketing or anything like that. They used to give away tickets to all the PFL shows. That's how they fill those arenas when there's a PFL event. They give away the tickets. They sell probably $10,000 worth of tickets, $40,000 at most, and they give away 80% of the venue. Every event. But yeah, I could see that. It's like a mixer for celebrities. They have a lot of famous people, famous athletes, and all the whatnots just sitting cage side, bullshitting. But yeah, failure. I think that they need to, again, look at what the UFC did, look at how they failed, look at how they succeeded, and copy that same blueprint. And it's public. It's very public, the blueprint on what to do to have a successful fight league. All these other teams are just going, all these other leagues are just going, I'm going to do it differently and it's going to blow up. No, it's not. Like, the GFL right now is literally copying what the IFL did 25 years ago, 20 years ago. And they're maybe taking a little bit from the PFL. It's going to fail. It's not going to be entertaining enough. I know some people say, oh, I like the team aspect. It's an individual sport. There's no team aspect. There's no team aspect. It's you build a roster of fighters, you create champions, and you put on fights till there's entertaining fights. You build champions that people want to follow. Like, that's where the PFL failed. They would have these tournaments, they'd make a champion, and then they wouldn't market that champion, they wouldn't build that champion up, they would just throw that champion into the tournament next year. It should have been, they have a tournament next year to unify the titles, and have that guy be a number one contender. And even if they give that guy $1 million, give him $1 million and let him earn a number one contendership. Give him a bullshit trophy, which is a title, and then he gets a championship shot at the guy who won the previous year and has been the champion defending it. If that guy fights and loses, the new guy is the champion. Whoever he lost to is now the champion. They're going to fight the tournament winner from next year. They had a good opportunity and a good business model, but they fucking blew it. Dave Feldman saying people love the women's fights. Nobody loves the women's fights, Dave Feldman. You're an idiot. Very rarely will you get a good women's fights. Like Beck Rollins versus Taylor Starling is probably the height of it. Like, that was a decent fight, a good fight, but that was not anything compared to a good men's fight, technically. I'm good on the women's fights. I don't know how everybody else feels, but I'm good. I'd rather watch two highly skilled men than two journeyman women. Unless they're attractive. And even then, bare knuckle fucks up their faces, so they're going to get fucked up. But great night of fights. I know I got to get on more often, start more streaming, start more videos, get on that MMA guru tip and be consistent with it. And hopefully that's where I start heading. I've been consistent in the past. I just always fall off now. I get caught up in life and everything outside of what I want to do, which is stream and just make content. So I got to get on it. But yeah. So Dave Feldman just said that Conor McGregor said he tapped him on the shoulder right before he went away to do some partying and some cocaine. That remind everybody that he's fighting Jeremy Stevens in bare knuckle. So yeah, Dana White is in the process of having his legal department type up a cease and desist. Like from Bkfc, even to say that Conor's fighting in their event, UFC's gonna fucking put the axe in that. Oh, so now they're interviewing Rand. I'll listen to Dave Feldman. If Conor's not coming to the post fight, I'm gonna exit out. Yes, we hate women's fights. There's very few that are gonna be Whaley versus Joanna level. Women's fights are fucking terrible. I'm good. The worst is when they put women's fights on main cards, and you're like, I gotta watch this shit. It's like a bathroom break or a time to go make some food. It's terrible. Women's fights should be on the prelims. And you know, I'm a sizist, I guess you can call it, but I think 125 fights should be prelim fights too, or earlier fights. They definitely shouldn't be main events. Thank you for joining me, JF Land. I appreciate the follow, and I appreciate you joining me tonight. But yeah, I'm going to hop on. I'll definitely be on next week for the fights. Hopefully this is a good week for me. I get out some videos. You know, I want to make a video talking about what's next for Islam, how it should be Arman, and possibly Islam going up to 170. I want to talk about Ilya going up to 155. What's next for Ilya? You know, I feel like once you beat Max Holloway and Alex Volkanovski, you can kind of call your shot. You can do whatever the fuck you want. They throw one DIE fight on every main card for some reason. Isn't it fucking terrible? It's so terrible that you'll look at like a banger card and then you'll see like fucking random Brazilian girl versus random American girl, and you're like, this is fucking terrible. They remember when they used to put Beth Correa on cards? She was fucking atrocious. And then they try to sell you how this is high level MMA. It's like, no, this is a bathroom break. This is a smoke break. This is a I can do shit in my phone instead of watching this fucking stupid fight. Like, who else? Just, I don't want to start even bashing them. They don't even stay in my brain. That's why I have no names for you right now. Unless they're hot, I don't want to see them fight again. Absolutely. Make the UFC great again. Bro, it's common sense, I feel, to most. I'm glad you guys agree with me. I don't understand why, it's DEI. I don't get why they're pushing it so hard. The upper echelon of women, maybe. Sometimes those fights could be entertaining, could be technically sound, could be worth watching, but... And then that's like I was saying before. You get these shitty women's fights, the odds are always fucked up. It's almost like you should always bet on the underdog because women's fights are so terrible. And this girl might have her period coming up this week, so she's fucking in a shitty mood. Or she had a shitty training camp because she had the fucking flu or some bullshit. Some type of bullshit women's excuse. So she had a shitty training camp. So you'll wind up with a fucking terrible, terrible technical fight. Valentina's pretty good. Tatiana Suarez is pretty good. Whaley's pretty good. There's some good ones. But the list is short. The list is very short. And even then, I'm being generous. Like, they're good for girls. They're good for women's MMA. if you look at their technique versus men, you're like, Juliana Pena is the worst, is a perfect example. She's fucking terrible. Yes. Juliana Pena is a perfect example. And Amanda Nunes was for a while ruining the sport, ruining women's MMA. A butch lesbian, beating up other bitches. You know, I'm a sexist. I think if they're not attractive, they shouldn't be up on the card. Like, I'll watch the attractive ones. Nah, the card's over. Did you watch it? Eddie Alvarez got TKO'd by Jeremy Stevens. Ben Rothwell won by big knockout. Beck Rawlings beat up Taylor Starling. Conor McGregor did at least an 8 ball of cocaine. It was a good night. Conor challenged, what's his name? Jeremy Stevens to a fight, and then doubled down on it and told Dave Feldman, you go to that press conference, you make sure you tell everybody that I'm fighting Jeremy Stevens in bare knuckle. If I'm Conor, I would try to buy my way out of my UFC contract if you don't want to go back to the UFC. Or you got to cut them in on the deal and tell them, I'm going to pay you guys whatever this next fight generates. The attractive ones are good to look at. You know why? Because there is that little element where you think maybe a foot will catch her top and a titty might pop out or something. That's the only reason. Or maybe we'll have a shorts malfunction or some shit. Yeah, Eddie lost. He got dropped with a hook, and then in the second round, got up, and then the third round, got dropped again, and then he got hit with a punch to kind of like the back of the head, the ear, and then Eddie quit in his corner stopped the fight at the end of the third round. Yeah, whoa. And I'm saying even the attractive ones, they should be on the undercard. They definitely shouldn't be on the main card or the prelim main card. They should be on the fucking Facebook prelims. And even then, now never mind. I got my whole brain digressing. I don't want to watch that shit. Go to Invicta so that way I can choose whether or not I actually want to tune in. But yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm a sexist. I somewhat agree there. I mean, I used to make all my girlfriends train back in the day. I don't like to have the good-looking ones losing their first fight or their fight though. Yeah, I used to choose my fight picks off of who would I rather bang. You know, if there were two chicks fighting, I'd be like, I'd rather fuck this one, so I'm gonna root for her. She's better looking, so I'd rather root for her. But oh yeah, if you let your girl train, she's just around a bunch of perverts, much like yourself, in sexual positions, strenuously, grunting and getting out of them, sniffing dudes' balls and shit. But then you put her in all-girls jiu-jitsu. They have a lot of that, where girls just train with girls, especially nowadays as the sport's getting bigger. But back in the day, years ago, yeah, it was she's training with men. And even still, yeah, training with men. I get where you're coming from, though. But yeah, down with women's MMA. The worst is when you see it headlining a card. I don't know why they do that. 125 in women's MMA should never headline cards. Ever. Like, what is this? March 1st. They got us. Roy Val vs. Cop is headlining a card, which should never happen. I am looking forward to March 22nd. We'll be here before you know it. Is Leon Edwards versus Jack Della Maddalena. So that's if that fight will tell us if Maddalena is a possible future title contender. Pajeda versus Ankalaev should be good. And then one of the greatest bookings I've seen in recent memory is going to be Justin Gaethje versus Dan Hooker. Should be good. I don't know about amazing headliner. It was a good fight. But I don't never want to see 125ers headline any cards. That's just me. I'm a sexist and a sizist. Yes. All the girls, BJJ, the coaches are sleeping with the students. Absolutely. It's very common. For attention. Why are women doing MMA? For attention. Or they probably started to get over an ex-boyfriend, and then they wind up getting pushed into a fight, or they're just doing it for attention. What happens a lot of the time is they get into a gym, and it's all dudes, testosterone everywhere, and then they start giving her a little bit of attention. So it's like, oh, I like being here, and then they'll just keep going because they like attention. Same. Why are women doing MMA? The same reason they get boob jobs, the same reason they get nose jobs, for attention. Israel or Palestine? I mean, I see a lot of people root for. I root for world peace. You know, or I'll watch a rock fight. Let them have a rock fight on TV. Or I'm not opposed to that. Like countries send their best. Like Israel send their best fighter. Palestine send their best fighter. What do you disagree with? That it's for attention? Or men do it for enjoyment? I could see them doing it for status, ego. And it is a great feeling. Like there is no better feeling than beating someone up in a fight. Am I wrong though? One side's gonna have a rock, the other side's gonna have military grade weapons and machines and shit like that, and drones and bombs. No, just both of you go into a field with rocks and stone each other to death. But again, I root for world peace. Sanctioned fighting or respectful street fighting. But then even like respectful street fighting, but you don't respect the tap. You break the person's arm or you choke them unconscious. You don't kill them, but you definitely like you guys saw the Paddy Pimblett versus that guy where the guy was talking shit and Paddy Pimblett showed up at his gym and then choked him out and the guy started tapping and Paddy Pimblett didn't let go of the choke. I side with Paddy Pimblett in that. Put that fucking guy to sleep. Like he could tap out and he's gonna get up and keep talking shit. If you put him to sleep, he'll wake up and you won't even be there. He'll be like, "What happened?" He'll be like, "He fucking could have killed you. He let you live." Versus, I tapped. You're supposed to let go. You're supposed to let go when I tapped. I talked all that shit, but now I'm tapping. It's like, no. You should break the guy's arm or put the guy to sleep. But again, you're talking to the guy who thinks everyone should know how to fight and everyone should have a gun. So, but again, world peace. I think that's how we get to world peace, is everyone knowing how to fight and everyone carrying a gun. Yeah, Patty did the right thing, but he caught so much slack over that. Like, another perfect example is, you ever see that video where, I forget who he was doing it with, but Colby Covington choked out the rapper Lil Pump, and everyone was like, Colby's a piece of shit because he put him to sleep. The dude tapped out on himself. Colby had the guy in a choke, and the guy started tapping his own fucking chest. Colby didn't know he tapped. The guy's a fucking idiot. Like, go to sleep. It's like fuck around and find out type shit. Like, I don't give a fuck about your tap. In training, sure. But in an actual situation, like even in that situation, you didn't tap. You tapped on yourself. There was no referee. Nobody told me to get off, so I held on to the choke. Like in that situation with Patty, they were fighting. Yes, every man should learn martial arts. Every single man should learn martial arts. Even the weak ones should learn martial arts. Even if it's against your will, you should learn martial arts. You should learn self-defense. You should learn how to handle yourself. It helps you understand life more. Yeah, and Colby held the choke on and choked him out. And then everyone started saying what a piece of shit Colby was. And immediately, that's the first thing my brain thought, is he fucking tapped on his own chest. Like, Colby didn't even know he tapped. No one said, Colby, he tapped, or anything like that. The guy tapped on his own chest, got put to sleep, and then everyone was like, Colby's a piece of shit. He choked out some rapper. No, the goofball rapper said, put me in a chokehold, and then fucking, you know. But that's like, stupid people. Stupid fucking people. Little Pump's definitely in that category. Fucking idiots. But Conor McGregor versus, what do we see next? Conor McGregor versus another bag of cocaine, or Conor McGregor versus Jeremy Stevens? That's the $1 million question. He's not going to be fighting in the UFC anytime soon. I don't think so. Unless the UFC just goes with it, offers him a fight, gives him a date, and whatever he shows up like, he shows up like. Like, from what I understand, Conor wanted to fight with the broken foot. It was more the UFC and his team that pulled him from it. Yes, absolutely. Training at 10th Planet changed my life. Words can't describe. I walk around the world differently. I'm the 1%. Absolutely. It changes your perspective on life. And it makes you more humble to just existence and more respectful to other people and their space and their beings and everything. Yep. That's why. It's that exact reason is why I think everyone should do jiu-jitsu, box, spar, and just understand life more. It would make people less likely to be internet trolls, less likely to be disrespectful to people. Same thing with, like I said, everyone should carry a gun and have a gun and know how to shoot a gun. It will change how you view repercussions of your actions. And you just go through the world more respectfully. But great night of fights. Yes, makes you more humble and respectful. Bkfc delivered, though. They are, as I've been saying numerous times, they're copying the UFC model. They're not doing bullshit fucking tournaments. They're not doing fucking bullshit teams. They're not trying to reinvent something. They're doing what they've seen already succeed and making it happen. I was 7 when I started boxing. I was 13 when I started doing jiu-jitsu. And then I did jiu-jitsu for years, and then I started wrestling. I started wrestling in 11th grade. And then after high school, I stayed wrestling. Like, anytime I could find a wrestling class. And then I always trained MMA, so there'd be like high-level wrestlers. I would always try to train wrestling with the wrestlers. Like, I was fortunate that I had a lot of guys who were D1, who I had Gregor Gillespie, who was a national champion. I had a lot of guys who were D1 and were really good high school wrestlers that then went on to D1 that I was always around. I had a lot. I lucked out in that aspect. New York, there's very good wrestling in New York. And then even when I was down in Florida, there was just always good wrestlers around me that I was always able to just keep wrestling with people. Always kept attending any wrestling classes that I could. On top of always training jiu-jitsu and all this other shit. But yeah, just got to keep on keeping on. And then as I was growing up, those were the main things. And then when I was like 15, 16, I dabbled in Muay Thai. And I always kept up that dabbling until I was an adult. Never trained in like karate or anything like that. Just always did like the core 4 or 5 that you see in combat sports today. Boxing, kickboxing, wrestling, jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai. If you ask me what I think is the greatest, I would say it's tough. It's between like Dutch kickboxing, jiu-jitsu, and wrestling. Boxing's obviously up there, but boxing's also a part of like Dutch kickboxing. But definitely Dutch kickboxing, I thought, was more effective than Muay Thai. It took a lot of the same aspects of Muay Thai. But yeah, Dutch kickboxing was good. Rare to come across. But when you find someone who knows it and you start actually learning it, you're like, oh, this seems a little bit more effective and practical than a lot of the other shit. But then, like, from Muay Thai, like a Thai clinch is one of the most effective things ever, especially if you're fighting against someone who doesn't know how to defend it. And even for grappling aspects, a Thai clinch is very effective against wrestlers, effective against jiu-jitsu people. Very effective, the Thai clinch. And yeah, wrestlers, it's like, calloused of the mind. Like, they do the same repetitions, they get the cardio up. Wrestlers are fucking animals. Wrestlers are always the best conditioned athletes. And they're hardened by, they're like a diamond, they're molded into toughness. Just going through tough rounds, tough training sessions, like a wrestling practice, especially if you find someone who's like, oh, I wrestled for 10 years. It's like, all right, so you went through 10 years of fucking torture. Most wrestling coaches, it's like torture because they're trying to make you tough mentally so that when you go out, you're not going to quit. Like, I have this conversation all the time. Like, if you still train, if you do bag work or anything, you got to get regimented to rounds and then condition your mind, because if you can't do a 3-minute round or a 2-minute round or a 1-minute round or we'll say 5, whatever, even a 1-minute round, if you can't condition your brain to where you get through 1-minute rounds, you'll quit in a fight. If you quit before a 3-minute round is over, like if you go through the clock set for 3 minutes and you do 1 minute and 30 seconds or 2 minutes and then you're like, oh, I'm done, I'll make you quit the same way in a fight. Like in a real situation, I'll make you quit the same way. You got to callous your mind and be fucking crazy to where when you're dying, you're still going to dig deep and get through that round. Like, I see people, and I was having this conversation today actually, and I compared it to Kobe Bryant. The way, like, a lot of people will say, like, oh, I was Kobe Bryant's teammate and he didn't like me and he was a dick. And then you heard why Kobe was mean to people or didn't like people. It's because he didn't like the way they trained. He didn't like the way they practiced. He didn't like the way they got ready for games. It's because he was up at 4 a.m. shooting 1,000 free throws, would go to bed, would wake up again, shoot 4,000 free throws and keep, shoot 1,000 jump shots. Like, if you can't even make it through the fucking rounds, like, I'll go to the gym and I'll do my rounds. In between me being a fucking animal and doing my rounds, I'll see someone come in, they'll do 30 seconds on the speed bag and then walk out. I'll see someone else come in, they'll do one minute round, then they'll do like a 2-minute round, then they'll, walk out like they fucking trained. And I'm like, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing? Even seeing me doing what I'm doing, like, I'll kill you. Like, what are you doing? You should strive to get past me. You should strive to finish that round. You need to better prepare yourself for someone else out there in the world. Like, you can't get ready for a fight. Like, there was one kid at my gym who said he wants to be a fighter. And then I tried to show this kid some shit. And then even I watched this kid, the way he trains. I have no respect for the kid because he trains just like that. He'll do, like, the clock's on. He'll do like a 1-minute round, then he'll do 30 seconds on the speed bag, then he'll do like a 1-minute round, and then he walks out like he fucking trains. Like, bro, you didn't even fucking train. You did some half-ass bullshit and then fucking left. You got to be fucking crazy and callous your mind and mentally focus to, at minimum, get through that 3-minute round against a fucking punching bag. If you can't get through that, there's a lot of people out there that would fucking kill you. You got to strive to get closer to those people. So, that's my TED Talk. Thank you for joining me. So, you got to always push yourself to get closer to somebody that's better than you. And even fight your own demons. Like, you can't, there's no way that you can come and do that type of work in the gym, like 30 seconds on the punching bag and then 2 minutes of punching the fucking bag and think like I had a good workout. There's no way that if you're, rooted in reality that you're thinking, yeah, I had a great workout. Yeah, I'm ready for a boxing fight. Yeah, I'm ready for an MMA fight. Like, yeah, I trained today. And you would go tell people like, yeah, I do rounds at the gym. I do some bag work at the gym. It's like, no, you don't. You're a fucking pussy, bro. You do 30-second rounds. You're a bitch. As soon as you get tired, you stop and you leave. So, but yeah, once again, great night at Bkfc. I don't think we ever see Conor McGregor again. I'm going to get on to some more videos. I'm going to make a list and kind of prepare myself and start getting at it and start checking them off, getting that dopamine by checking off my topics. I want to make a Conor McGregor video. I want to make a video about Islam. I want to make a video about Arman, how he got skipped over for getting a title shot now because he had back problems. And the way Dana White skipped him, I don't think Dana White has back problems. That's why he was so quick to skip over Arman. You know, if you got back problems, you understand why Arman pulled out of that fight. I sit here with this heating pad because I got back problems. This is my fucking saving grace right here. This thing gets me moving, keeps me good. Elia moving up to 155 is definitely a topic I'd like to talk about. We got Pereira. Can Pereira overcome Ankalaev? Like, you go back and watch something I watched was the Jan Blachowicz versus Pereira fight, and you saw in that fight moments where Jan Blachowicz, he got on Pereira's back and got him in some scrambles and had some grappling moments, but it's like, here's Blachowicz, here's Glover Teixeira. Do you know how many rounds Pereira probably does where he gets fucked up by Glover Teixeira? So he's had the better guy on his back. And then I started thinking about it too. Glover Teixeira, other than John Jones, might be one of the best grapplers we've had in recent memory at 205. So that's who Pereira has to get ready for a guy like Ankalaev with, is he could do just endless grappling rounds with Glover, that he'll be ready for Ankalaev. So I think a lot of people are sleeping on Pereira's grappling in that fight. Dan Hooker versus Gaethje, good topic. So yeah, there's some things I want to talk about. Just got to get on it. But I'm going to wrap it up there. I appreciate you guys for joining me. Hopefully you guys join me next time. If you haven't subscribed yet, click that subscribe button. Throw me some likes. I could use them as I'm trying to grow the channel back up. I have another channel too. I think it comes up as the MMA show or the Stand the Man show or something like that. But I'll start putting out content more, and hopefully you guys find it. And do me a favor and help me blow this shit up. So I appreciate you guys for joining me. And I'll see you guys next time. Jay Slice, you're the man. I know you're a recurring guest now at this point. Hopefully next time I go live, you find me. And I'll see you then. If you guys watch football, enjoy football on this glorious Sunday. Hope you guys enjoyed the fights. I know, Joe. I know. We're going out in a minute. I got to take Jones Jacek out. But I appreciate you guys, and I'll see you guys next time. Well, see you later.